Chapter 272, Spirited Away. Based on Aqua Rose's knowledge about the authority of barons, aside from being able to purchase private territory within White River City, they could also hire their own guards. A baron could hire a total of 10 NPCs to serve as guards for his own territory. However, a baron was the lowest rank of nobility. Only when one was promoted to viscount would one be counted as one of the true nobles of the city. A viscount could not only purchase private territory, one could recruit up to 40 NPCs as guards, as well as have 2 personal guards. Having personal guards was a special privilege available only to true nobles. The normal guards hired by players were not capable of growth, unlike personal guards. In other words, after recruitment, the levels of normal guards would not change no matter how much time passed. On the other hand, personal guards could be leveled up. They would also receive bonus attributes from leveling up, making them much stronger than normal guards. The difference between the two was like the difference between a common monster and a boss monster. Meanwhile, if their guild had these personal guards protecting their guild residents, at this stage of the game, the defense of their guild residents would definitely be foolproof. Furthermore, they could even have these personal guards participate in boss battles. Although the levels of these NPCs would be suppressed, they would still be a lot stronger than the average player. With these personal guards, Zero Wing would have a greater advantage over other guilds when contesting for field bosses. Thinking up to this point, Aqua Rose couldn't help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng once again. Guild leader, the more I get to know you, the less I actually understand about you. Not only have you managed to obtain such an excellent location for a guild residence, you are also a viscount of White River City. If other guilds were to find out about this matter, they would definitely go insane, Aqua Rose giggled, blinking her shining large eyes. Indeed, they will definitely hunt me down like maniacs, Shifeng laughed. The moment a guild possessed their own residence, they would be like a seedling that had finally set down roots. They would no longer be at the mercy of the winds and rain. Only by growing roots could a plant thrive and have the possibility to grow into a towering tree. In the past, a player had once joked that a guild without their own guild residence was like a gang of mountain bandits, while a guild that had their own guild residence was like the lord of a region. The reason being, only with a guild residence could a guild gradually perfect the many benefits they provided. It was especially true for guild quests. At this stage of the game, as nobody possessed their own guild residence yet, the NPCs within the city were unable to privately publish quests to the guilds. Hence, players could only accept some daily quests from the Adventurers Association to earn guild reputation. In comparison to the individual quests that players received from the Adventurers Association, the private guild quests published by NPCs rewarded much higher guild reputation. If a guild was sufficiently powerful, there was even the possibility that a quest rewarding an epic ranked item would appear. Moreover, unlike at the Adventurers Association, the number of quests available to guild members was not just limited to 2 or 3. As long as a guild was sufficiently powerful, there would be several hundreds, even thousands of guild quests being published in the guild residence every day. With so many quests available, players would be able to level up and upgrade their equipment more efficiently than if they were limited to grinding monsters. Also, statistical analysis made by professionals in the past showed that guilds with guild residences made at least double, or even triple, the amount of money of guilds without guild residences. Moreover, only with a guild residence would a guild officially have a stable source of income. The reason being, whenever a guild member completed a guild quest, the guild would automatically collect 15% of the quest reward as processing fee. The fees collected would then be stored inside the guild bank to serve as funding for the guild. This was the reason why guild residences were so important. The location of the guild residence was also very important as this correlated to the number of guild quests a guild would receive. A newly established guild residence would be an unknown existence in White River City. To be precise, it would be unknown to the NPCs of White River City, and that anonymity would prevent many of these NPCs from commissioning quests with such newly established guild residences. If, however, a guild residence was established in a high-traffic location like the trade area, it would be easily noticed by NPCs. As a result, the number of quests the guild residents received would increase. Meanwhile, as the number of quests resolved by the guild increased, the fame of the guild among NPCs would also rise. And the number of NPCs willing to commission quests would also increase in turn. Such a snowball-like development speed would be unstoppable once it started. Hence, if the guilds in White River City were to find out about Zero Wing coming into possession of a guild residence, they would definitely hate Shi Feng down to the bone. Fortunately, Zero Wing had already grown past the stage of a fledgling guild. Unrated guilds would not dare to make an enemy out of Zero Wing. Only third-rate guilds or above would pose a threat. However, once Zero Wing officially establishes its guild residence, not even third-rate guilds would dare to become its enemies. While Shi Feng and Aqua Rose were having their merry discussion, the three of them arrived inside the main building of the Purple Sun Mansion. After remaining vacant for over a decade, the interior of the mansion was fully covered in a layer of dust. Weeds could even be seen growing in certain locations inside the mansion. The interior of the building looked extremely dilapidated, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not to mention people, even rats would not want to live in this place. It seems this place needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt, Shi Feng said in heartache as he swept a glance at the interior of the mansion. For privately owned territories, any expenditures spent on it had to come out from the owner's own pockets. However, not to mention building a guild hall meant for an entire guild, even the cost of building an ordinary house was insanely expensive. It was a price that no normal person could afford. Only a large guild with immense wealth could afford such a price. Guild leader, you are the wealthiest player in White River City, yet you're actually crying about being poor? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She knew for a fact that Shi Feng had spent over 100 gold coins without even blinking when he bought the Arclight shield forging design. Shi Feng could only shake his head and bitterly smile in reply to Aqua Rose's teasing. What Aqua Rose did not know was that a fee of 200 gold coins was required in order to construct even the most common guild hall. Meanwhile, such a guild hall only had a capacity of 500 players. If it were a guild hall with a capacity of 1,000 players, the construction fee would be 500 gold coins. With the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, Shi Feng could build an advanced guild hall with a capacity of 3,000 players, at the very least. However, the price tag for an advanced guild hall was 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold was an astronomical sum for any one guild. Even though Shi Feng indeed had the ability to construct an advanced guild hall, he still had the burden of 30,000 gold from the Gospel Project quest bearing down on him. He dared not randomly spend his money. The only reason he had spent over 100 gold for the Arclight shield forging design was because he was confident of earning back the money through sales of the shields he produced. In the case of the guild hall, however, it was a one-way expenditure. Just as Shi Feng's group arrived at a flight of stairs, Shi Feng suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing over his face. He could also hear an indistinct voice whispering by his ears, as if calling him to descend the stairs. Instantly, Shi Feng felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Without hesitation, Shi Feng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade and the demon bane, raising his 5 senses to their very limits. In this moment he was fully prepared for any enemies that would show up. Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, on the other hand, reacted a tad slower than Shi Feng. However, they too promptly readied their weapons as they fixed their gazes at the staircase. Contrary to their expectations, however, nothing appeared from the staircase. Only a cold breeze blew up from below, causing the weeds within the mansion to quiver slightly. How can there be wind coming from inside the building? Fire Dance asked, feeling there was something very strange about the situation. The virtual world of God's domain closely resembled reality. Meanwhile, their current location was the heart of the mansion. It was an enclosed space, so it should have been impossible for any wind to be present. Likewise, Shi Feng also felt this matter was strange. However, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, there was indeed something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. After all, it was a fact that every previous owner of the mansion had disappeared without a trace while staying inside the building. It was due to these disappearances that the inhabitants of White River City had nicknamed the building the Ghost Mansion. Even the Tier 4 wizard Weissman could not find the reason for the past owner's disappearances. The only solution he had was to send out a team of guards to prevent anyone from entering the mansion. Shi Feng also had not learned anything about the Purple Sun Mansion in his past life. Hence, he could only rely on himself to resolve this matter. Only, he never expected to feel such a great pressure just by standing at the entrance of the staircase. It felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast. Moreover, this kind of pressure had a sense of familiarity. However, Shi Feng could not recall where he had felt this pressure before. The cold wind seems to be coming from the basement. Let's go have a look at it for now. Shi Feng shook his head. He decided to first discover the source of this mysterious wind before making any further decisions. Chapter 273, Forgotten Lands. After entering the basement of the Purple Sun Mansion, Shi Feng took a look around, finding nothing special about the place. The entire room was empty. There was none of the cold wind from before, neither was there the oppressive feeling that could shock even one's soul. There's nothing here? Were my senses playing tricks on me? When Fire Dance discovered no monsters in the basement, she promptly put away her daggers, sheathing the weapons back into their scabbards. I don't know, but it is indeed true that there is no danger here, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. As players experienced more and more battles in God's domain, their sensitivity towards danger would also gradually improve. It was especially true for an expert of God's domain. Moreover, this ability of players to perceive danger was usually not wrong. Let's take a closer look around, Shi Feng said. If they could not resolve this mysterious situation whereby the mansion's inhabitants were spirited away, should something actually happen, it would be a tragedy if the incident scared away the NPCs that came to commission quests with the guild. If players were the ones to get caught up in this mystery, they would at worst die once, losing a level and some skill proficiency. However, it would be different if an NPC were to get entangled in this matter. If they died, then it would be a true death for them. The main god system would not revive them. Hence, it was imperative for Shi Feng to resolve this mystery as soon as possible. Otherwise, this prime real estate would be worthless. After the trio searched for more than 10 minutes, they found no problems with the place. Not to mention a monster, they couldn't even find a mouse in this place. However, Shi Feng did not think that the enormous pressure he felt before was an illusion, especially since he had also felt this pressure previously in his past life. It was just that he could not recall when he had felt it exactly. After searching for a long time and getting no results, Shi Feng's group had no other choice but to return upstairs. What's going on here? The moment the group arrived upstairs, Aqua Rose immediately called out in shock when she saw the scene before her. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Shi Feng was taken aback by what he saw. They had simply returned to the hall on the first floor, yet, the scene here was completely different from before. No longer was it the empty, dilapidated hall they had seen. Instead, the sight that greeted the three after they exited the staircase was an intricate labyrinthine corridor. It was as if they had arrived at an entirely different place. It was definitely not the former Purple Sun Mansion they had been in. At this moment, a notification sounded from the system. System, players have discovered the Forgotten Lands. All communications to the outside world are temporarily disabled. So it turns out to be something like this. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally knew why the previous owners of the mansion had all disappeared one after another. It turned out that all of them had been transported to this location. Guild leader, I can't use my return scroll, Fire Dance said, her eyebrows wrinkled. This is just like the time in the trial of God. It seems that this place isn't ordinary at all. Shi Feng began observing his surroundings. Shi Feng had encountered numerous such situations in his previous life. It was just like the lost lands he had encountered shortly after entering God's domain in this life. He had even obtained the abyssal blade from that place. Although the Forgotten Lands was different from the Lost Lands, both still had their similarities. Most likely, Players trapped in this place would be released after they completed a certain quest. However, unlike the time in the Lost Lands, none of them received any notifications of having triggered a quest. Soon after, Shifeng's group of 3 advanced into the labyrinth and began to explore the map. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that this map was very large. Even after they had wandered around for more than 6 hours, they still hadn't finished exploring the place. In the end, the 3 of them decided to split up and continue their exploration. In any case, they had not met with any dangers so far, and it would be much more efficient if they explored the map separately. Unwittingly, a day passed by without anything happening. Only on the second day did Aqua Rose find something new in the region she explored. Aqua Rose discovered a large magic array. According to the speculations of Shifeng and an elementalist like Aqua Rose, it should be a magic array that was tier 5 or above. However, as to what this magic array was used for, not even Shifeng with his bountiful experience could guess. Unless there was a tier 5 wizard or a tier 6 mage god before them. Following which, after spending the rest of the day exploring the place, Fire Dance discovered a second magic array that looked exactly the same as the first one. Other than this discovery, the trio found nothing else. They did not find even a single monster throughout their exploration, nor did they receive any quest notifications. Aqua Rose entertained the thought of simply giving up on this pointless endeavor. It would be more worthwhile for her to just kill herself and return to the city. In this godforsaken place, they could not level up, neither was there any quest for them to complete. They were simply wasting their time by staying here. Moreover, she was the manager of the guild. She still had many things she needed to do. How could she afford to waste so much precious time in this place? Moreover, there was still the matter of the guild residents. However, Shifeng discouraged Aqua Rose from taking such an action. The reason being, there was no guarantee she could return to the city even if she killed herself. In the event that she could not return, she would have lost a level for nothing. Listening to Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose had no choice but to give up on this idea of hers as she continued exploring this forgotten lands. When the third day arrived, after exploring a majority of the forgotten lands, the group discovered 3 more magic arrays. In total, they had discovered 5 of such tier 5 magic arrays. Soon after, the 3 of them met up and shared their map information with each other. The moment their map information sharing was completed, a notification sounded from the system. System, unique quest, Miracles Unsealed, activated. Quest details, remove the seal on the forgotten lands. Quest rewards, unknown. Remove the seal on the forgotten lands? The quest doesn't even tell us how to do so. What are we even supposed to do here? Fire Dance glared at the notification screen in anger. They had been exploring this place for 3 days now, yet, the only thing they got in return was this quest that provided them with no hints at all. The game was simply too despicable. It should be around here, Shifeng said, pointing on the map. To be precise, he was pointing at an area central to the 5 magic arrays. Magic arrays require mana to operate, and normally use mana crystals as a source for mana. However, although the magic arrays were functioning properly when we discovered them, there was no sign of any mana crystals on site powering them. Moreover, these 5 magic arrays seem to be an integrated structure, so there should be a place where they draw their mana from. We've already explored the outskirts of the Forgotten Lands, and the only area we have yet to explore is the central region. There is a high possibility the power source for these magic arrays are situated in the central region. If we destroy the mana crystal there, we should be able to complete this quest. Guild leader, I never expected you to know so much about magic arrays. For a second there, I even thought you were an elementalist or a cursemancer, and not a swordsman at all, Aqua Rose said teasingly. I just studied the topic by accident. There are plenty of books on magic arrays inside the library of White River City, after all. If you manage to read all the books inside the White River City library, you will definitely be more amazing than I am, Shifeng laughed. The library? I would like to go there, but I'll need a permit to do so. Guild leader, since you're the one who mentioned it, You have to take responsibility. Aqua Rose also knew the importance of the library. If an elementalist wished to learn more powerful spells, the best way to do so was at the library. Unfortunately, she lacked the permit to enter the library. The only choice she had now was to steadily raise her reputation in White River City. Okay, I'll get you a permit to the library after we leave this place. Shifeng shook his head and laughed again. As a demon hunter, he could obtain a permit to the library any time he wanted. Moreover, now that he was a viscount of White River City, as one of the true nobles of the city, he could easily obtain a handful of library emblems. Following which, the three of them ran towards the central region of the Forgotten Lands. For hours later, the trio arrived outside the central region. If they wished to enter the place, they needed to go through a very long crystalline pathway. However, there was a giant three-headed wolf made out of blue crystals blocking the entrance of the pathway. So there is a monster here after all. Fire Dance's eyes glowed with interest when she saw this three-headed wolf. After several days of no combat, her hands were already itching for action. Chapter 274, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The presence of a monster doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the three-headed wolf guarding the entrance of the crystal pathway. Crystal Warwolf, Lord Rank. Level 25. HP 300, 000/300, 000. Compared to a dungeon boss, a field boss of the same rank was much more powerful. Moreover, in order to counter Zerg tactics, God's domain had set it so that field bosses would have their combat power and HP increased in proportion to the number of players participating in the battle. Generally, the optimum number of players required to raid a Lord-ranked field boss was around 10 to 20, unless of course it was a special boss. However, judging from the appearance of the Crystal Warwolf before them, Shifeng felt that it should not be a special boss. In other words, at least 10 players were needed to raid this boss. To make matters worse, the Crystal Warwolf was a level 25 monster, while nobody in Shifeng's group had even reached level 20. The resulting level suppression would be dire. Of those present, aside from Shifeng, who had the Abyssal Blade, which allowed him to fully ignore this level suppression, only Aqua Rose possessed a piece of equipment with the Ignore Levels attribute. Even so, her equipment only allowed her to ignore up to 3 levels. Aqua Rose herself was only at level 17 right now, and a level suppression of 5 levels would not be easy for her to deal with. As for Fire Dance, there was nothing to say. Of course, every cloud had a silver lining. Since the boss guarding the crystal pathway was very strong, it meant that the things beyond the pathway was equally important. Moreover, Shifeng also discovered a treasure chest sitting beside the pathway. This treasure chest was a dark gold treasure chest, and Shifeng's heart burned with a fiery passion as he looked at it. The loot he could get from this dark gold treasure chest would be much better than the loot from the boss before him. We won't be able to defeat a level 20 lord with just the 3 of us alone. We'll need to call for reinforcements. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement when she looked at the Crystal Warwolf before her. It was extremely difficult for players to meet with a field boss. They would definitely make a huge profit after killing it. Not to mention, there was also the treasure chest the Crystal Warwolf was guarding. Following which, Aqua Rose temporarily logged off the game to contact Blackie, who was at the Zero Wing workshop, telling him to bring the main force of Zero Wing to the Purple Sun Mansion and enter the staircase to the basement, in order to meet up with them at the Forgotten Lands. Meanwhile, Shifeng ceaselessly observed the Crystal Warwolf and the surrounding terrain, trying to think of a strategy to raid the boss. 10 minutes later, Aqua Rose logged back into the game. How did it go? When will they be arriving? Shifeng asked. They're already at the Purple Sun Mansion. However, no matter what they tried, they can't seem to find the entrance to this map, Aqua Rose said, slight disappointment showing on her face. If so, the appearance of the entrance should be random, Shifeng said, lapsing into silent contemplation. After a while, he shifted his sights to the Crystal Warwolf and added, "It seems we can only depend on ourselves to defeat this boss." Hearing Shifeng's conclusion, Both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance immediately thought that Shifeng had gone insane. He was actually suggesting they deal with this crystal werewolf before them. They had neither an MT nor a healer in the party right now. With just 3 damage dealers, how were they supposed to deal with a level 25 Lord-ranked boss that had a height of over 10 meters? Although both girls knew of Shifeng's unrivaled strength, a Lord-ranked boss was still not something that could be defeated with just 3 players. We are only giving it a try. In any case, we can't just stay stuck in this place forever, right? Moreover, even if we do die, it is a good chance to check whether or not we can actually leave this place after dying. We'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Shifeng joked. Guild leader, you decide what we should do then, Fire Dance said with high spirits. Aqua Rose sighed helplessly. Alright then, I'll join in as well. We can't just fight this crystal werewolf head-on. The only choice we have is to kite it. I'll act as bait. Aqua Rose, you'll be the main damage dealer. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for restricting its movements as much as possible. After some consideration, Shifeng settled on this strategy. Although he could no longer equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his agility was still over 200 points. Moreover, his equipment also provided additional movement speed. His movement speed was definitely faster than a level 25 Lord. Combining those with his keen reactions, out of the 3 players in the party, he was definitely the most suited to be the bait. Following which, Shifeng gave Fire Dance plenty of basic frost grenades and intermediate frost grenades, letting her use them as she saw fit. Fire Dance never thought Shifeng would possess such good items. With the frost grenades, Shifeng would have a much higher chance of success at kiting the boss. After the 3 of them were in position, Shifeng retrieved the blazing meteor from his waist. Standing at a distance of 40 yards from the crystal werewolf, Shifeng aimed the throwing weapon at the boss and threw it. Shio! The blazing meteor streaked through the air and pierced the crystal werewolf's eye, causing -651 damage to it. Compared to a one-handed sword, Shifeng's damage with the throwing weapon was much higher. AO! The crystal werewolf let out an agonized wail. With bloodshot eyes, the crystal werewolf glared at the direction where the throwing weapon came from. As a result of its actions, however, the blazing meteor, which was still lodged in its eye, damaged the visual organ even further, causing an additional burst of -1,300 damage. The crystal werewolf was utterly angered now, and using its powerful hind legs, it leaped and charged at Shifeng. Immediately, Shifeng turned around and ran. Everything was just like Shifeng had guessed. His speed was just a tad faster than the crystal werewolf's. However, in order to avoid having Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's aggro on the boss exceed his, which would in turn lead to the crystal werewolf attacking the 2 girls, Shifeng needed to constantly send attacks at the boss to strengthen his aggro on it. As a result, the crystal werewolf would oftentimes catch up and attack him. The crystal werewolf's attacks were extremely powerful. A single swipe from its paws could easily shatter the floor, resulting in fist-sized rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Shifeng always managed to nimbly evade the crystal werewolf's razor-sharp claws at the very last second, before pulling away from the boss and attacking it once more. Shifeng's attacks were only meant as a provocation. Aqua Rose was the true damage dealer this time around. After the Demon's Castle raid, Aqua Rose had 2 dark gold ranked items on her person. Of the 2, one was even a dark gold ranked staff of the finest quality. Aqua Rose's damage right now was already considerably high. If not for Blackie outshining her with the epic ranked Mavis's Guard, Aqua Rose would definitely have the highest single output damage in the guild. As Shifeng ran around the perimeter with the crystal werewolf chasing after him, Aqua Rose stood in the center and blasted frost arrows and frost spears on the crystal werewolf's body. Not only could these spells reduce movement speed, each of these spells also dealt over -500 damage to the boss. If not due to the level suppression of 5 levels, her spells would definitely deal over -800 damage. Fortunately, unlike Shifeng who could only attack intermittently, Aqua Rose could attack continuously and deal a constant stream of damage to the boss. On the other side, Fire Dance kept inflicting the bleeding debuff and using poisons that reduced movement speed on the boss. With the two movement speed reduction effects stacked together, the Crystal Werewolf slowed down significantly. Also, whenever the Crystal Werewolf got too close to Shifeng, Fire Dance would immediately throw a frost grenade at the boss, freezing it. However, as the Crystal Werewolf was a Lord-ranked boss, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was greatly diminished, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Sometimes it lasted for only 1 short second. However, when experts exchanged moves, it took only an instant to reach a conclusion, so 1 second was more than enough for Shifeng to pull a great distance away from the boss. Although the three of them dealt only a small amount of damage, the HP of the Crystal Werewolf continuously rose and fell. After more than a dozen minutes passed, the Crystal Werewolf had only 30% of its 300,000 HP remaining. By simple estimates, the boss would die in less than 10 minutes. Oh! The Crystal Werewolf went berserk. Just like a deflated balloon, its towering body, which was over 10 meters in height, suddenly shrank. Within moments, the boss became much smaller than it was before. Not good. This is the type of berserk that discards power for speed. Shifeng had encountered plenty of such bosses in the past. Hence, the moment he witnessed the Crystal Werewolf's transformation, he immediately recognized the boss for what it was. Fire Dance, keep on using the frost grenades to slow it down. Understood. Fire Dance knew that this was a crucial period. Hence, she tossed out the frost grenades in her hands one after another without pause. However, something unexpected happened. Aside from the frost grenades dealing much less damage than before, both their movement speed reduction and freezing effects were completely useless against the boss. In the blink of an eye, the shrunken Crystal Werewolf appeared before Shifeng. It brandished its claws. Its 3 heads bared the fangs in its mouths, and it bit down at him. Although Shifeng managed to deftly evade the 3 jaws clamping down on him, he failed to evade one of the paws that quickly followed. Suddenly, Shifeng's entire person was sent flying for more than 10 yards, and a frightening damage of more than -2,100 appeared above his head. Shifeng felt as if his chest had caved in when he received the attack. Shifeng's HP instantly fell to a dangerous level, his previously green HP bar turning into a bright red. Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. The moment Shifeng landed on the ground, the Crystal Werewolf arrived at his back like a savage gale. Without giving Shifeng any chance to defend, the 3 heads of the Crystal Werewolf opened their jaws to bite down on Shifeng. Guild leader! Fire Dance was greatly shocked. Immediately, she closed in on the Crystal Werewolf, sending a 3-star kidney strike to its body. However, even a controlling skill like Kidney Strike had no effect on the Crystal Werewolf. Just as the fangs of the Crystal Werewolf were about to close on Shifeng's head, Shifeng managed to cross his swords and execute parry in the nick of time. Boom! The floor beneath Shifeng instantly cracked from the force. What a strong fellow, Shifeng laughed bitterly. Although parry allowed players to block the physical damage of an attack, it did not neutralize the force of the impact. There was no healer in the party right now. If Shifeng ate another attack, he would definitely lose his life. From this brief exchange, Shifeng had also gotten a general understanding of how much more powerful the Crystal Werewolf had become. In Shifeng's estimation, although the Crystal Werewolf had not received much of an increase in terms of strength, its current speed was at least 30% faster than before it went berserk. At this moment, only by equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath could Shifeng have a chance at grasping victory. Otherwise, he would only receive unilateral abuse from the boss. Unfortunately, although reaching 200 points in agility was a simple task, it was not easy for a swordsman like Shifeng to attain 120 points in intelligence. Moreover, very few plate armor equipment meant for swordsmen had the intelligence attribute on it. Those that did would be considered garbage equipment. Seeing that its attack had failed to kill its prey, the Crystal Werewolf immediately rotated its body, its diamond-like tail whipping at Shifeng as it did so. As Perry was still on cooldown, Shi Feng had no choice but to activate one of his life-saving skills, Defensive Blade. Defensive Blade was currently at level 4, and it protected Shi Feng from 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks. Defensive Blade was a skill that provided complete immunity to any attack, be it damage or the resulting impact. It was one of the must-have basic combat skills for swordsmen. As for why Shi Feng had chosen to use parry first instead of Defensive Blade, it was for the sole purpose of determining the combat power of the Berserk Crystal Werewolf. Only by experiencing the force of the impact could Shi Feng make the best judgment. Meanwhile, the conclusion Shi Feng arrived at was to face the Crystal Werewolf head-on. If he tried to escape, he would only die faster. Following which, he raised the Abyssal Blade up in the air. Green electric arcs surrounded the body of the sword as it moved to meet with the snowy, sharp claws of the Crystal Werewolf. Thundering flash. The green electric arcs pierced the Crystal Werewolf's body, causing -572, -1623, and -1204 damage to it. Although only one out of the 3 arcs achieved a critical hit, the attack also managed to trigger the curse of the Abyssal Blade, inflicting the Doom Curse on the Crystal Werewolf. Immediately, all of the Crystal Werewolf's attributes were reduced by 20%. Suddenly, the Berserk Crystal Werewolf that had had its agility increased by 30% was weakened greatly. However, Shi Feng was still not done with his attacks. He activated Phantom Kill right away, his doppelganger appearing beside the Crystal Werewolf. Shortly after, Shi Feng's doppelganger started sending a barrage of attacks at the Crystal Werewolf as well. Although the doppelganger only had 50% of Shi Feng's attributes, it had fully inherited the skills Shi Feng had learned. Yet, despite having greatly reduced the Crystal Werewolf's speed, Shi Feng still did not have an easy time evading its attacks. Having no other choice, Shi Feng activated Gravity Liberation. Shi Feng's body instantly became as light as a feather, and like a spirited monkey, he dodged the originally unavoidable attack. Windblade. Immediately, Shi Feng's attack speed increased even further. Double Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skills blasted on the Crystal Werewolf one after another, each dealing over -1000 damage. Although the Crystal Werewolf's attacks became stronger and its speed much faster after going berserk, these improvements came at the price of its defense being weakened. Combined with the 20% damage amplification effect of Thundering Flash, the damage the Crystal Werewolf received became a lot higher than before. Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's attacks also landed at this point, so the Crystal Werewolf's HP fell sharply. By the time the 30-second duration of Gravity Liberation was almost over, the Crystal Werewolf only had 10% of its HP remaining. Just as the effect of Gravity Liberation was about to end, Shi Feng executed 9 Dragon's Slash. 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared behind Shi Feng, and all of them shot towards the Crystal Werewolf. Meanwhile, just as an attack from the Crystal Werewolf was about to land on Shi Feng swapped positions with his doppelganger. Upon being relocated, the doppelganger immediately used parry and Defensive Blade to repel the Crystal Werewolf's attacks. Each phantom of the Abyssal Blade had high attack power, and each of them could deal over -150 damage every time they struck at the Crystal Werewolf. In total, the 9 phantoms dealt over -1300 damage to the Crystal Werewolf every second. Meanwhile, there were 28 seconds before the effect of 9 Dragon's Slash ended. After having used up both of its life-saving skills, parry and Defensive Blade, the doppelganger received a direct hit from the Crystal Werewolf's claws. Alas, the doppelganger only had 50% of Shi Feng's attributes, so it died on the spot. However, the doppelganger had earned a lot of time for Shi Feng. With the doppelganger gone, the Crystal Werewolf shifted its attention back to Shi Feng's actual body. Shi Feng activated Wind Walk again without hesitation. He then whirled around and ran. Fortunately, with his movement speed increased by 30%, Shi Feng was still a tad faster than the Crystal Werewolf, which was still under the 20% attribute reduction effect of the Doom Curse. Thus, the kiting strategy began once more. Under Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's constant barrage, the Crystal Werewolf's HP fell lower and lower. 9%, 8%, 7%. By the time the effect of Shifeng's Windwalk was about to end, the Crystal Werewolf only had 3% of its HP remaining. It should be about time. At this moment, Shifeng stopped running. He then turned to face the Crystal Werewolf, pointing the abyssal blade at the monster. Abyssal bind. 9 snake-like chains suddenly surfaced from the floor, instantly binding the Crystal Werewolf. Although the Crystal Werewolf had been immune to the control skills used on it before, its movements were still bound by the pitch-black chains. In God's domain, the so-called immunity to control skills did not necessarily make one immune to all control skills. Instead, it simply made one immune to control skills that were below a certain tier. Skills such as Frost Arrow, Ice Sphere, and Kidney Strike were all considered basic skills. In other words, they were Tier 0 skills. As these skills were of the lowest tier, the Crystal Werewolf was completely immune to their effects. As a level 25 Lord, the Crystal Werewolf was immune to any control skills that was below Tier 2. However, Tier 2 or Tier 3 control skills could still restrain it. Although Shifeng did not know which tier the Abyssal Bind belonged to, it was a skill attached to a magic weapon. In Shifeng's estimation, it should be at least Tier 3 or above, meaning that it would be effective against all bosses that could possibly appear at this stage of the game. With the Crystal Werewolf completely restrained, Shifeng took a step forward as he activated his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, which could only be used around once every 4 minutes. Shifeng's 2 swords were just like miniature suns with the activation of Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng slashed the Crystal Werewolf's body 6 times with his swords. Minus 2,238, minus 4,452, minus 2,198, minus 2,212, minus 4,408, -2, 216. The 6 attacks dealt a total of more than minus 17,000 damage, instantly wiping away the Crystal Werewolf's remaining 3% HP. System: Level 25 Crystal Werewolf killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 485,630 EXP. The experience bars of all 3 of them instantly increased by a large chunk. Aqua Rose even advanced to level 18. As for Shifeng, he had only recently reached level 18, so he was still at level 18 even after killing the Crystal Werewolf. If he could kill several more of such Lord rank bosses, he would definitely level up very quickly. I never thought a Lord ranked boss could be killed in such a way as well. This battle was an eye-opener for Aqua Rose. In truth, however, if not for Shifeng being capable of holding a stable aggro on the Crystal Werewolf, in addition to consistently evading its multitude of attacks, they definitely could not have killed it. Guild Leader, quickly check the loot. As a huge fan of Shifeng, Fire Dance was not surprised by Shifeng's ingenuity. She had always believed Shifeng could lead them to victory. Moreover, Fire Dance was hoping to reach Shifeng's standards one day. How could she allow herself to falter when faced with a Lord-ranked boss? Shifeng nodded in reply, promptly going ahead and checking the loot left behind by the Crystal Werewolf. It can't be, right? How could this boss be so cheap? How could it drop only 1 key and 1 piece of equipment? Aqua Rose immediately grew unhappy when she saw the information shared by Shifeng. What was even more annoying was that the equipment dropped was only a level 20 fine gold ranked plate armor wrist guard. It wasn't even dark gold rank. Not bad. Don't forget that this 7 luminaries key can be used up to 3 times to open a dark gold treasure chest. Isn't there a dark gold treasure chest right before us? Shifeng laughed. After Aqua Rose had followed Shifeng for some time, unconsciously, her standard for judging items became much higher than before. If it was in the past, Aqua Rose would definitely have forgotten herself in joy if she saw a fine gold equipment. Now, however, unless an item was of dark gold rank, it would not even pique her interest. That's right. Aqua Rose shifted her sights towards the distant treasure chest. After the arduous battle, the existence of this dark gold treasure chest had completely slipped her mind. They could get a dark gold equipment at the very minimum if they opened this treasure chest. There was also a small chance for them to obtain an epic ranked item. Epic ranked items. Aqua Rose did not dare to even hope for one. Chapter 276, Dragon Scale Set Equipment. It's locked, as expected. No matter how hard Feng tried, he could not open the dark gold treasure chest. Hence, he retrieved the key he had just obtained from his bag. Catch it! The lid of the purple gold-colored treasure chest popped open slightly. Multicolored lights escaped between the gap, the lights illuminating even areas that were several hundred yards away. If this treasure chest had been opened out in the fields, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract many players to come and snatch it. Fortunately, there was only Feng's group of 3 in the Forgotten Lands. After the multicolored lights faded away, Feng reached into the treasure chest. However, he quickly discovered there were only very few items inside it. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 items. Of them, 2 were dark gold equipment, while 1 was a forging manual. The 2 dark gold equipment were the crystal armor and the boots of extreme speed. Crystal armor, chest piece, plate armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Defense plus 140. Strength plus 24, agility plus 21, endurance plus 20. Restricted to swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Smart Outbreak. Every time user receives damage, strength and agility increased by 2% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Although the basic attributes on this piece of equipment could only be considered at the level of being good, the passive skill that was attached to it was simply amazing. After all, the passive skill could potentially increase a player's strength and agility by 10%. If the wearer of the crystal armor originally had high amounts of strength and agility, the additional attributes provided by Smart Outbreak would be like having equipped an additional piece of equipment at the very least. The only downside to this passive skill was its need for the user to take damage up to 5 times. Although such a condition had made it relatively useless in boss battles, when used in grinding monsters and PK, it would definitely provide the wearer of the crystal armor with unspeakable advantages. Boots of extreme speed, shoes, leather armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, strength 90, agility 130. Defense plus 143. Strength plus 20, agility plus 26, endurance plus 18. Movement speed plus 10. Evasion plus 7. Additional passive skill dash. Rapid movement. Increases movement speed by 12% and agility by 8%. In regard to assassins and rangers, the most sought-after attribute for these 2 classes was agility, followed by strength. Meanwhile, this pair of boots increased the wearer's agility to the extremes. One could even argue that no other level 20 dark gold ranked shoes could increase agility as much as the boots of extreme speed could. Although these 2 pieces of dark gold equipment were excellent, they were worth barely a fragment of the true value of this dark gold treasure chest. After all, the item that reflected the true value of the dark gold treasure chest was none other than the forging manual. In addition, it was even a fine gold ranked forging manual. Forging manuals were different from forging designs. In the case of forging designs, only one particular piece of equipment could be made using it. In the case of forging manuals, however, an entire set of equipment could be made using it. This forging manual was meant to produce the level 20 dragon scale set equipment. There were a total of 6 pieces in this set, and it could be worn by any class that could use plate armor. Previously, Feng had spent over 100 gold at the Blackwing auction house just to purchase the forging design for the Arclight shield. However, the value of the Arclight shield was far from being comparable to the dragon scale set equipment. After all, the dragon scale set equipment was a fine gold ranked set equipment. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, not a single guild had managed to obtain a secret silver ranked set equipment up to now. One could simply imagine the value of a fine gold ranked set equipment. If Shi Feng could forge a few sets of the dragon scale set equipment and give them to the plate armor classes in the guild's main force, when these players walked on the streets wearing the dragon scale set equipment, one could simply imagine the shock on the other players' faces when they see the set equipment. The members of other guilds would definitely tremble with fear. Just the thought of such a scene was simply exhilarating. However, it would definitely be extremely difficult to forge the dragon scale set equipment. As it was a set equipment, the difficulty of producing the entire set would be no less than producing a piece of dark gold equipment. Shi Feng was only an advanced forging apprentice right now. Without raising his forging level, producing the dragon scale set equipment would only be a pipe dream. At the very least, he needed to get promoted to an intermediate forger or advanced forger before he had an actual chance of producing the dragon scale set equipment. I have to raise my forging levels after we return. Shi Feng formed a plan in his mind as he looked at the dragon scale forging manual. Shi Feng then handed the boots of extreme speed to Fire Dance. Now that Fire Dance had reached level 19, she was only a short distance away from level 20. As for the crystal armor and dragon scale forging manual, he kept both of them for himself. After resting for a short while, Shi Feng's group of 3 entered the crystal pathway. The crystal pathway was so long that one could not see the end of it in a single glance. Moreover, the elemental mana present in this pathway was extremely dense, so much so that it was even visible in the form of an aurora. It was an absolutely stunning sight to behold. Aside from being visually appealing, the dense mana also gave the 3 of them a buff, increasing the magic damage they could deal by 300%. One could simply imagine how dense the elemental mana was in this pathway. Before they knew it, Shi Feng's group of 3 had walked for more than an hour inside this crystal pathway. When they finally emerged, they were at the base of a huge mountain. When the 3 of them laid eyes on this mountain, they were immediately stunned. This entire mountain can't be made out of 7 luminaries crystal, right? Aqua Rose stared at the crystal mountain, her heart filled with immense shock. Aqua Rose had previously visited the Blackwing auction house, so she had seen 7 luminaries crystal before. It was common knowledge that the 7 luminaries crystal was one of the best mana-conducting crystals in God's domain. Not only was it extremely rare, its price was even more impressive. Not even White River City, a city with a population of several million, was qualified to use such a precious commodity. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, only the palace and Star Moon auction house at the capital city could afford to use a floating platform made out of 7 luminaries crystal. Previously, Aqua Rose had believed that the crystal pathway was actually made out of mana crystals. However, the sight of this large mountain and its surrounding environment overturned her previous assumptions. The reason being, it was simply impossible for mere mana crystals to fill their surroundings with such dense elemental mana, resulting in even the formation of 7-colored mana clouds. It should be. Shi Feng nodded blankly. Shi Feng's mind grew heated at the thought of having so much 7 luminaries crystal. On the market, a 7 luminaries crystal the size of a small residential house could be used to purchase a large town with a population of 50,000, with plenty to spare. Meanwhile, the 7 luminaries crystal before him was in the form of a mountain, and in terms of size, this mountain could rival even White River City. A city made entirely of 7 luminaries crystal. Just what sort of concept was this? Even if the entire Star Moon Kingdom was sold, it would not be enough to purchase so much 7 luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, none of these crystals could be taken away. It was not even possible to pick some to take back. If they wished to mine these 7 luminaries crystals, at the very least, they needed to reach master level in mining. Shi Feng was only at basic apprentice level in mining right now, and not even in his dreams could he mine these 7 luminaries crystals. 7 luminaries crystal was even more valuable than gold. Yet, even though so much 7 luminaries crystals were sitting right before him, he could do nothing but look at it. Shifeng's heart simply bled at this thought. However, this couldn't be helped. Who would have ever thought there would be so much 7 luminaries crystals at this place? Shifeng shook his head, banishing his thoughts. He then moved his sights towards a flight of stairs a short distance away that led to the peak of the mountain, saying, "Let's go up and take a look. We might discover how to unseal this place up there." Fire Dance did not know the true value of 7 luminaries crystal, hence she barely reacted to it. She had simply been mesmerized by the beauty of this mountain. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, knew full well the value of this mountain. If Fire Dance had not given her a shove, rousing her from her stupor, Aqua Rose would definitely still be immersed in her shock. After all, this entire mountain was a mountain of money. If she could nick even a tiny piece of this mountain, the coins converted from it would be enough to sustain even a first-rate guild for a long time. As the trio traversed the stairs up the mountain, Shifeng suddenly felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, this pressure was exactly the same as what he had felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, only a lot more powerful. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger as they climbed further up the mountain. By the time Shifeng arrived at the mountaintop, he was already drenched in sweat. His body also felt extremely heavy, as if it were made out of lead. Meanwhile, the 2 girls, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, fared much worse than Shifeng. At this moment, both girls were sprawled on the ground, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Unable to help his teammates, Shifeng decided to walk towards a monolith visible at a distance by himself. Just by looking at this semi-transparent sky-blue monolith, Shifeng could immediately sense that it was the heart of this land. It was obvious that this standing stone was the thing that filled the surrounding environment with such dense elemental mana, and not the mountain-sized 7 luminaries crystal. Arriving before the monolith, Shifeng discovered many golden divine runes engraved on the bottom of the standing stone. They were by far the most complicated divine runes Shifeng had ever seen. Also, Shifeng had actually discovered a figure flickering in and out of existence within the semi-transparent monolith. When Shifeng took a closer look at this figure, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The reason being, Shifeng had seen the figure inside the stone before. However, Shifeng was confused. Why would this person appear here? Chapter 277, A God's Grave. While Shifeng was still in a daze, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose caught up with him, having recovered from their exhaustion. "Guild leader, did you find anything?" Fire Dance asked out of curiosity when she saw Shifeng lost in thought. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, did not notice any difference in Shifeng's demeanor, because the moment she arrived before the monolith, her attention was completely caught by something else. As an elementalist, she was much more sensitive to magic power than players of other classes. The frightening magic power radiating from the monolith was definitely the purest form of magic power Aqua Rose had ever felt, as if it was the master of all elemental mana. When Aqua Rose noticed the figure inside the monolith, she, too, froze on the spot. How is it possible? Aqua Rose could not believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on her. Aqua Rose's reaction baffled Fire Dance. "What has gotten into the 2 of you?" Fire Dance looked at Aqua Rose, then at Shifeng, confused by their reactions. "You'll understand after taking a look inside the monolith," Shifeng said slowly, pointing towards the figure in the monolith. Fire Dance then transferred her gaze to the monolith. "How could she be here?" Fire Dance asked in shock. Fire Dance knew the figure in the monolith. Moreover, she had met this person only recently. This person was none other than Charlene, the divine official who faced off against the 2 fallen angels back at the demon's castle. To be precise, the woman within the monolith looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even the saintly aura she emitted was similar to Charlene's. If Fire Dance had to point to a difference between the 2 women, then it would be the pressure this woman gave off. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form, just like the reverence mortals had towards gods. Could she possibly be a god? Fire Dance suddenly had this thought when she looked at the woman who looked like Charlene. Shi Feng's thoughts were running along similar lines to Fire Dance's. However, Shi Feng could say with certainty that the woman inside the monolith was definitely a Tier 6 god, because in the past he had personally experienced this overbearing pressure, which could only be exuded by a god. If the woman in the monolith was simply a Tier 6 god, Shi Feng would not have found the matter too shocking. After all, during his decade of playing God's Domain, he had personally met with plenty of Tier 6 players and NPCs. The thing that truly startled him was the fact that the woman before him looked identical to Charlene. Back at the Purple Sun Mansion, he had already experienced this kind of pressure. He had simply forgotten where he had felt it before. Now he knew why that pressure felt so familiar. After all, he had felt a similar pressure from Charlene. Only, the pressure Charlene gave off was not as powerful as the one he felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, hence he failed to recognize it. Not only did the two women look exactly the same, even the pressure they emitted felt similar. The only real difference between the two were their actual strengths. If Shi Feng was told that the woman before him was Charlene, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Charlene was only a Tier 3 divine official. She was still miles away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Yet, if he was told that Charlene had no connection to this woman before him, then he likewise would not believe it. Although the woman inside the monolith was clearly no longer alive, at the end of the day, she was still a god. As long as her body did not receive any intentional damage, it would not undergo any decay. As of now, Shi Feng finally realized that the Forgotten Lands was merely the grave of a god. However, he was still curious about who had actually created this masterpiece. This great personage had actually made such a complex magic array that utilized a god's body as its power source. The materials used to create the magic array even included the extremely valuable 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what kind of thing was this great personage trying to seal? Even if it was for the purpose of sealing a god, there should not be a need for so much resources. It seems there is a deep connection between Charlene and this place. Shi Feng had long since felt that Charlene's origins were not simple. The fact that she was a Tier 3 NPC was already amazing in and of itself. Charlene was also capable of handing out an epic quest to Shi Feng. Now, there was even a god that looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even Shi Feng could not fathom Charlene's true identity. Unless he went and asked Charlene herself. Shi Feng was extremely curious about this matter. He vowed to himself to visit Charlene, who was at the Stargazing Tower at Blackwing City, after this entire ordeal was over. Guild leader, what are we supposed to do now? Destroy this monolith? Aqua Rose asked. The mana source of this magic array clearly originated from this monolith. If they wished to release the seal on the Forgotten Lands, their only choice was to destroy the monolith. However, it was unknown what sort of reaction they would incur if they did so. There was a god inside the monolith after all. Let's give it a try. Shi Feng had taken a look at the monolith's surroundings just now. However, he did not discover any mechanisms that would allow him to undo the magic array. After Shi Feng nodded, Fire Dance immediately took action by slashing at the monolith with her 2 daggers. However, the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers, which could easily cut through metal like a hot knife through butter, simply grazed the surface of the monolith, creating dazzling sparks in the process. There was not even a mark left on the monolith. Hard. Fire Dance's hands went numb from the attack. It felt as if her daggers had hit God's steel. I'll try using magic. Aqua Rose started chanting the incantation for Chain Explosion. With the elemental mana so dense in this place, any spells used here would be greatly enhanced. Originally, Chain Explosion would only summon 5 fireballs, each the size of a washbowl. When Aqua Rose cast the spell now, however, the fireballs grew to the size of a small house. When these fireballs bombarded the monolith, they were like meteors hurtling down from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions as the fireballs crashed into the monolith. After the flames subsided, Aqua Rose was greatly shocked by the result. The monolith remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, it even looked more brilliant and dazzling than before. Shifeng wrinkled his brows at this sight. If even Aqua Rose's ultimate move could not deal any damage to the monolith, he would most likely end up with a similar result if he tried to attack the monolith. Since we can't destroy the monolith, we'll need to use some other method to destroy the magic array, Shifeng said. The main god system would not hand out a quest that players had no hope of actually completing. If they couldn't destroy the power source of the magic array nor the magic array itself, then there was only one other thing they could destroy. The connection points. Aqua, help me look for the connection points of this magic array, Shifeng said. I see. Aqua Rose immediately understood Shifeng's intention. Fire Dance, however, remained clueless after the two's brief conversation. As an assassin, she knew next to nothing about magic. Hence, she could only stay by the monolith's side as she watched her two friends hard at work. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Aqua Rose started searching the surroundings of the monolith for the veins that carried magic power to the 5 modules of the magic array. Only by looking for veins could they locate the connection points. Normally, the quickest way to destroy a magic array was to destroy its power core. If that was not viable, then the 2 other remaining options would be to destroy the magic array itself and to destroy the connection points of the magic array. Destroying the magic array itself was an extremely challenging task to pull off. On the other hand, it was a very simple task to destroy the connection points. Unfortunately, locating these connection points was also a very difficult task. A connection point was a node that connected the magic array to its power source. It acted similar to a circuit breaker in real life. Only, instead of being used to prevent an overflow of electric current, the connection point served to limit the amount of mana flowing from the power source to the magic array. If the connection point was damaged, then the mana supply would surge, and consequently, the magic array would destroy itself due to excessive mana input. After searching for some time, Shifeng finally found a connection point. He promptly struck down with the abyssal blade, destroying the connection point. However, this enormous and complex magic array did not possess only a single connection point. They needed to search and destroy all the connection points of the magic array. After several more hours passed, Aqua Rose found another connection point, which she quickly destroyed. Even so, the magic array remained stable. In this way, Shifeng and Aqua Rose spent the entire day destroying more than 20 connection points. Although the destruction of the connection points had a slight effect on the magic array, it was clear that the damage was within the parameters of the magic array's design. Not good. Guild Leader, one of the connection points you previously destroyed is back to normal. Having nothing better to do, Fire Dance had tagged along with Shifeng, hoping to learn how she, too, could search for the connection points. However, during her observations, she suddenly discovered that one of the connection points Shifeng had previously destroyed had actually recovered. What did you say? Shifeng asked in disbelief. Even the connection points could restore themselves? Shifeng started to suspect that this was no longer an ordinary magic array but a magic array that had already cultivated into a demon. Shifeng had seen plenty of Tier 5 magic arrays in the past. He had even seen Tier 6 magic arrays before. However, he had never once heard of a magic array that was capable of repairing itself. Chapter 278, The Great Catastrophe. By no means can we continue like this. There might be hundreds of connection points in this magic array. By the time we locate the ones remaining, the other connection points might have repaired themselves already, Shifeng said, his head aching. A magic array that was capable of self-repair was simply unheard of. If they did not have a dozen or so players moving separately to destroy the connection points, it was simply impossible to destroy every single connection point in this magic array. Destroying the connection points suddenly became a much harder task than Shifeng had imagined it to be. Guild Leader, I found something here. Come over and take a look, Aqua Rose said through the party chat. Hearing that there was a new discovery, Feng immediately hurried over to Aqua Rose's location. Aqua Rose was currently situated in the middle of this Seven Luminaries mountain, inside an extremely obscure cave. If not for the indicator provided by the system map, Feng could not have found the cave Aqua Rose was in. After entering the cave, Feng immediately observed his surroundings. He discovered that the walls of the cave were covered with engravings of divine runes. The golden glow these divine runes were giving off brightly illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking at the cave's central crystal pillar, Feng noticed a blood-red stone embedded in it. This piece of stone was just like a beating heart, only, instead of bright red liquid, an endless amount of mana passed through it. Meanwhile, the mana that passed through this blood-red stone became much purer in quality. Aqua, how did you manage to find this place? Feng asked, astonished by this scene before him. I just happened to discover a particularly thick mana vein and followed it here. Aqua Rose beamed a proud smile at Feng. If they demolished this place, then the magic array would definitely be finished. Guild leader, I'll start destroying this place, alright? Aqua Rose could wait no longer. She had been trapped in this godforsaken place for so many days now. During this period of time, she had no option but to keep contact with her subordinates through the phone in order to make arrangements for the daily affairs of the guild. She had also instructed them to prepare for the establishment of their guild residence. Currently, most of the average players in White River City were already around level 14 to level 15, while the elite players of the various guilds were already at level 17. The intensity of the competition for the three great dungeons had also reached its peak by now. Out of all the guilds in White River City, Ouroboros shone the brightest. They had already managed to take down the second boss of the hard-mode Land of Death, and they were currently in the midst of challenging the third boss of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Dark Star, which ranked after Ouroboros, was still attempting to raid the second boss. As for the other guilds, they had also passed through normal mode and were currently preparing to raid hard mode. Furthermore, as players started raiding the hard mode bosses of the three great dungeons, they soon discovered the astonishing benefits they could obtain. Aside from dropping level 15 secret silver ranked set equipment, the bosses also dropped plenty of recipes and designs. Players could also obtain the guild task order that could not be obtained from 20-man team dungeons or lower. These guild task orders could be used to accelerate the promotion of a guild. Otherwise, it would take ages for guilds to get promoted if they simply relied on the meager guild reputation their members obtained by completing daily quests. Yet, as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, Zero Wing had actually remained inactive all this time. Not only had it accomplished nothing during this period of time, it did not even set foot in any of the three great dungeons. It had simply focused its attention on raiding level 15, 10 and 20-man dungeons, and its decision to do so had greatly confused the masses. Even though Zero Wing clearly had the strength to challenge the three great dungeons, it had chosen not to take action instead. The guild's behavior had caused many of the new members to grow dissatisfied, and a majority of these players had chosen to leave the guild one after another. Very quickly, Zero Wing's member count that had originally exceeded 8,000 had quickly dwindled down to just slightly more than 6,000. This situation had panicked Aqua Rose somewhat. In reply to Aqua Rose's panic, Feng had simply said, "If they wish to leave, then let them leave. You don't need to stop them. The guild is too bloated right now, so this is a good chance to rid ourselves of those that joined solely with the intention of taking advantage of us. The guild would become much purer after those players are gone." Hearing Feng saying so, Aqua Rose had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the players withdrawing from the guild. However, she did make sure to record the names of those who left. In the future, they would no longer be welcomed into the guild. Meanwhile, the players that withdrew from the guild simply reacted with contempt at Aqua Rose's actions. They had even made a mockery of Zero Wing, declaring that they would never rejoin a lousy guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, as if to rub salt into the wound, Dark Star had also been secretly killing many players from Zero Wing, causing even more players to withdraw from the guild. As of this moment, there were only around 4,000 members remaining in Zero Wing. Not to mention a third-rate guild, they were not even comparable to a large unrated guild right now. Hence, Aqua Rose was in a rush to break out of this place. She wanted to quickly return and rectify the guild. "Hold on a minute," Shifeng hurriedly said when he noticed a large fireball already appearing in Aqua Rose's hand. "We don't really need to destroy it." "But how are we supposed to leave this place if we don't destroy it, then?" Aqua Rose asked. "I have my own ways." Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-red stone embedded inside the crystal pillar. Shifeng truly had not expected to find this piece of blood-red stone here. Instead of calling it a blood-red stone, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, Shifeng had obtained a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone back at the Sun Temple. Now, he had stumbled upon another fragment. The Philosopher's Stone was an alchemy treasure. Despite being fragmented into 5 pieces, each of these individual pieces still contained the strength of an epic-ranked item. Also, when Shifeng discovered the Philosopher's Stone at this place, he quickly understood just how the connection points of the magic array had managed to repair themselves. It turned out it was all because of the Philosopher's Stone. Although I can't take away any of these 7 luminaries crystals, it is still not bad if I can return with this piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Shifeng arrived before the crystal pillar. He then inserted the tip of the abyssal blade into the crevice in the crystal pillar where the Philosopher's Stone was set. With a light tap on the pommel of the abyssal blade, the Philosopher's Stone easily popped out from the crystal pillar. Shifeng promptly retrieved the item and stored it in his bag. Shortly after the Philosopher's Stone was removed from the crystal pillar, the cave started fading away. Moreover, the rate at which it disappeared was visible to the naked eye. The dense elemental mana that filled the air and land also gradually dispersed, becoming thinner and thinner. As for the incomparably hard 7 luminaries crystals, they too had began turning into ash. "Not good. This place is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately." Shifeng shouted through the party chat as soon as he noticed this change. Shifeng's group of 3 rushed down the 7 luminaries mountain, and before long the entire mountain started imploding. The magic array that sealed the Forgotten Lands also lost its effectiveness. As for the monolith that had previously been standing on the mountaintop, it remained floating high up in the sky. Gradually, the monolith rose higher and higher, before suddenly releasing a rainbow brilliance. The monolith was like a miniature sun at this moment. Soon after, the dazzling glow disappeared, along with the gigantic monolith itself. After the 7 luminaries mountain collapsed, a bottomless pit appeared in its place. The pit was just like a black hole, devouring everything that entered it. At the deepest reaches of this bottomless pit, there was actually a boundless aura of destruction, and any object that came into contact with this pressure instantly turned into ash. Surprisingly, Shifeng felt signs of life at the very bottom of this immeasurably deep pit, and his entire body instinctively shuddered at this discovery. "Guild leader, did we do something bad?" Fire Dance asked Shifeng in a careful tone. She, too, could feel the immensely frightening pressure that came from the bottomless pit. "I don't know either," Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, a notification from the system sounded. System, unique quest, Miracles Unsealed, completed. Quest rewards, 1 million EXP, 40 free attribute points, and 40 free mastery points. System, the Endless Abyss has come into existence. Activating new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe. System, legendary ranked main storyline quest, 7 treasures, activated. Quest details, the Endless Abyss has already opened. You are required to immediately notify the War God's Temple in order to have them reseal the Endless Abyss. After reading these notifications, Shifeng finally had an inkling of what was going on. Inadvertently, they had actually opened the door of taboos. According to Shifeng's memories, the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, had only appeared 3 months after God's Domain's launch in his previous life. Now, however, because of him, The Great Catastrophe had appeared in advance. Chapter 279, Quality over Quantity. When Aqua Rose and Fire Dance read the notifications they received, both of them were immediately sent into a daze. A legendary quest. Moreover, it was a main storyline quest, a quest that was capable of changing the history of God's domain. The reward for such a quest would definitely be luxuriant. According to rumors, the minimum reward for completing an epic quest was an epic ranked item, or an item of equivalent value. In other words, if they completed a legendary quest, then the minimum reward they could obtain would be a legendary ranked item. They had never even seen an epic ranked item before, much less a legendary ranked item. It could definitely become the symbol of the guild. However, when the two of them thought about how they were required to seal this endless abyss, they sank into deep despair. The return scrolls are usable now. Let's leave this place then. Shifeng's memories of the new expansion pack, the Great Catastrophe, were still fresh in his mind. After the Great Catastrophe occurred, the monsters throughout God's domain started becoming restless. Towns, especially, would randomly come under attack from demonic beasts, resulting in chaos. According to Shifeng's memories, some of the weaker border towns had even been conquered by the demonic beasts, turning those into demonic beast towns. Among the biggest changes made to the game were to the knights in God's domain. After the new pack was implemented, the number of monsters that would appear during nighttime was much higher than before. Moreover, monsters corrupted by the endless abyss would also appear. These corrupted monsters would all be transformed into demonic beasts, and even the weakest of demonic beasts were Tier 1 monsters. Which was to say, if players had still not received their promotion into a Tier 1 class, it would be tremendously difficult for them to fight against these monsters. Instead of being the ones doing the killing, players would have a much higher chance of getting killed by these demonic beasts. Hence, after the new expansion pack, players would find it very difficult to grind and level up during nighttime. In contrast to the shock Aqua Rose and Fire Dance felt, the revelation of the new pack caused a sensation throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Players could not help but feel excited after finding out about the Great Catastrophe expansion pack. The official developers of the game had already revealed information about this new expansion pack. In the future, demonic beasts would randomly launch assaults on towns, and in response to such attacks, towns would issue defense quests to players. As long as players managed to defend the town, they would receive bountiful rewards. Of these rewards, there would even be secret silver ranked items and many more valuable items. In addition, players would also receive city reputation from completing the defense quest. These defense quests would undeniably allow average players to quickly improve themselves, hence the excitement of many of the average players over the arrival of this new expansion pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in White River City had also suddenly cooled down, as many players had chosen to head out to the towns instead. They intended to grind for some levels while they awaited for a demonic beast assault to occur. If luck would have it, they might even happen upon a demonic beast assault, making a huge profit from completing the resultant defense quest. Guild leader, should we arrange for a few members to head towards various towns and keep an eye out for a demonic beast assault? Aqua Rose suggested, her brows wrinkled slightly when she looked at the deserted streets of White River City. The other guilds were currently busying themselves with raiding the 3 great dungeons. They definitely would not have the time to pay attention to these demonic beast assaults. Hence, this was a good chance for Zero Wing to shine. Let's not participate in the demonic beast assaults. Focus on leveling up. Level 20 is the time when our guild will shine. Shifeng shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. In the past, Shifeng had experienced many assaults launched by demonic beasts. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to actually receive the reward of a defense quest. The reason being, even the weakest demonic beast was a Tier 1 monster, they would all be level 30 or above. Shifeng had even once encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during an assault. If they were to try and defend a town right now, it would simply be suicide. Naturally, Shifeng would not let the members of his guild die a pointless death. One could say that towns were extremely dangerous locations right now. If players were to truly meet with a demonic beast assault, then it was not luck but fate. Currently, the safest places in God's domain were cities, since there would be high-tier NPCs guarding them. Take White River City for example. There were 3 Tier 4 NPCs guarding it, so demonic beasts would not dare to casually approach the city itself. If we don't participate and make some achievements, many more of the remaining members might choose to withdraw from the guild. Aqua Rose could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. Before, they had given up on competing over the 3 great dungeons. Now, they were also going to give up such a good chance to earn precious equipment and reputation. Just what were they supposed to do? Let them leave that. Our guild is only capable of handling 3,000 members right now, and we are still well above that number. It would be even better if they do leave. Shifeng smiled without care. What Shifeng was trying to pursue was quality, not quantity. God's domain was a game, and the resources available to players were limited. Meanwhile, the more members they had in the guild, the more resources the guild needed to spend. However, if the resources available in the guild only amounted to so much, having more members in the guild would mean that each member would receive less resources. As a result, their development speed would also fall. In the past, Shadow had conducted a mass recruitment of players, recruiting all kinds of players into the guild. In the end, the guild had bitten off more than it could chew, causing its development to slow to a crawl. In this life, Shifeng would not repeat the same mistakes Shadow made in the past. The members in the guild could just leave for all he cared. He definitely would not try to stop them from leaving. Talent was very important if one wished to become an expert in God's domain. However, truly talented people were limited. In the past, a majority of the experts in God's domain had participated in one battle after another, gradually learning and accumulating the experience needed to become an expert, instead of relying on talent. Instead of cultivating some two-faced talented guild members, Shifeng would rather invest his resources in nurturing normal, but loyal, guild members. In the past, a super guild called Black Tower had sent over 200,000 of their members to attack a second-rate guild called Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had less than 80,000 members in total. The guild was believed to have the fewest members among all second-rate guilds. Before the battle between the two guilds had even started, everyone had already expected Black Tower to easily obtain victory. However, the end result was far from what others had imagined it to be. Although both guilds clashed tens of times, Black Tower hadn't succeeded in destroying the city governed by Solitary Rulers. While more than 30,000 members of Solitary Rulers had died in that battle, Black Tower had lost more than 3 times that number, with over 100,000 members of Black Tower dying. Black Tower suffered a tremendous loss after that battle, greatly shocking the other guilds that were watching from the sidelines. In the end, Black Tower had no choice but to mobilize its 7 Tier 5 Saint rank players and one of its Tier 6 God rank players to destroy Solitary Rulers. However, every member of Solitary Rulers still fought to the bloody end, fighting tooth and nail against their eventual demise. Before they lost their city, they had even managed to kill 2 of the Saint rank players and another 100,000 or so Black Tower members. In the subsequent clashes between the two guilds, Solitary Rulers had suffered one defeat after another. After all, the Tier 6 God rank expert and 7 Tier 5 Saint rank experts were simply too powerful. As a result, Solitary Rulers lost 5 of the cities they governed in quick succession. By the time the battlefield moved to Solitary Rulers' final base of operations, Unparalleled City, amazingly, not a single member had chosen to withdraw from the guild. Even after dying tens of times, they still chose to charge head-on into the battlefield. Shifeng couldn't help but shiver every time he recalled the unyielding attitude of those iron-blooded souls. Clearly, the difference in strength between the two guilds was like heaven and earth. Yet, instead of giving up and accepting their fates, every single member of Solitary Rulers had chosen to brave the battlefield. It was also due to this reason that Black Tower had suffered such immense losses. If it were any other guild standing in Solitary Ruler's place, the members would have long since abandoned hope and quit the guild. They would not have chosen to fight at all. While Black Tower was in the midst of conquering Solitary Ruler's final city, however, another superguild had attempted to take advantage of the situation and laid siege to Black Tower cities. As a result, Black Tower had no choice but to give up their plan of completely annihilating Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had instantly risen to fame after this conflict, becoming the role model of all second-rate and third-rate guilds. Aside from Solitary Rulers as an example of quality over quantity, there was also the adventurer team that was known throughout the entire God's domain, the Midnight Tea Party. Although its members numbered less than 30, not even superguilds dared to cross it. In God's domain, although quantity was important, quality was even more important. I understand. Looking at Shifeng's determined expression, Aqua Rose had no better choice but to concede to his decision. It was indeed like Shifeng had said, there were too many members in the guild. The current member count far exceeded their range of tolerance. By having those unfaithful members leave, they could also lay a good foundation for their guild's future. Another reason why Aqua Rose had agreed to Shifeng's decision was mainly because of the guild residents. Once they revealed their guild residents to the public, there would be no shortage of players wanting to join their guild. If they did not possess the guild residents, Aqua Rose definitely would not have agreed to such a self-destructive course. After Aqua Rose went on her own way, Shifeng headed to the Adventurers Guild. Now that the Great Catastrophe expansion pack had been activated, he needed to quickly handle the matters concerning the guild residents. Chapter 280 Zero Wing Residents. Currently, the interior of the Adventurers Association of White River City was filled with players coming and going. Most of these players were here to accept or hand in their daily quests. However, there were insufficient NPCs to cater to the large number of players. As a result, these players usually needed to wait in the lounge for a period of time before they could accept or turn in their quests. Having nothing better to do inside the lounge, some guild players started ordering alcohol and holding a discussion among themselves. Zero Wing is getting worse by the day. If I had known this would happen earlier, I would have definitely joined some other large guild to develop myself. Perhaps I might have already become the leader of a party by now. Brother Hui, as expected, you are still the smarter and wiser one. You joined Dark Star from the very start, and now, you've already become the vice leader of a 15-man team. Now that I have left Zero Wing, I will be relying on Brother Huey's guidance from now on. A shield warrior with tan skin flattered the robust-looking berserker sitting beside him. No problem. With me around, you will definitely have no problem joining the guild. The berserker assured him, clapping his chest. Meanwhile, sitting beside this berserker addressed as Brother Hui was a pretty female mage. Although her face looked average, she had an excellent figure. Coquettishly fluttering her eyelashes, the female mage looked at the person known as Brother Hui, sweetly saying, "Big Brother Hui, I've been wanting to go to the level 15 Wind Ridge. When will you take me there?" Wind Ridge was a level 15, 20-man team dungeon. Among level 15 team dungeons, Wind Ridge had a below-average difficulty. However, to average players at this stage of the game, even a level 15, 10-man team dungeon was a great challenge, not to mention a 20-man dungeon like Wind Ridge. Of course. Isn't it just Wind Ridge? You're already my woman now, how could you settle for only a meager Wind Ridge? Tomorrow, I'll call up my men and bring you to the demon's castle. The berserker wrapped his arm around the female mage's willowy waist, a nasty grin on his face. Many onlookers grew envious at this scene. They could not help but wish that they, too, could join Dark Star and getting a beauty for themselves as well. Brother Hui, I hear that the demon's castle has a very high difficulty. Don't tell me you've already managed to obtain the raid strategy from Zero Wing's main force? The tan shield warrior asked curiously. Indeed, we've managed to obtain the strategy already. However, even without it, with Dark Star's strength, we could still easily conquer the demon's castle. The main reason we haven't done so is simply because of the competition we're having with Ouroboros. Otherwise, Zero Wing would not have had the chance to take the limelight as they did before. Look, isn't Zero Wing in shambles now? They're simply a little faster in terms of leveling up. They haven't even cleared the normal mode of any of the 3 great dungeons yet. Dark Star, on the other hand, has already killed the second boss of hard mode and started trying to raid the third boss. We have already caught up with Ouroboros. It is only a matter of time before we surpass Ouroboros. I really don't know what qualifications Zero Wing possesses to be considered as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The Berserker's loud voice was filled with disdain as he spoke of Zero Wing. Even though the guild clearly has no future, there is still more than half the original number of players remaining in it. It really makes you wonder just what is going through those people's minds. They're just fools. Brother Hui, you're right. I really regret listening to my friend's words about joining Zero Wing back then. The shield warrior nodded his head in agreement, his heart filled with great disappointment. If he had joined Dark Star early on, he might also have had a beauty accompanying him by now. Meanwhile, seated near this trio, Shi Feng was currently quietly browsing through information on the official forums. Naturally, he could clearly hear the loud conversation between the robust berserker and the skinny shield warrior, and the same went for everyone else waiting inside the lounge. However, Shi Feng made no comment on their mocking words. After all, everyone had the freedom to make their own decisions. As for the shield warrior's regret at joining Zero Wing, Shi Feng simply revealed a calm smile. If this shield warrior knew that Zero Wing was about to establish their very own guild residence, just what sort of emotions would he have? At that time, even the words, earth-shattering, would not be enough to describe the amount of shock he would feel. However, Shi Feng really could not be blamed for this. Soon after, Shi Feng headed to the counter and dealt with all the necessary procedures. After he turned his private territory into a guild residence, he also spent 3,000 gold to build an advanced guild hall in place of the Purple Sun Mansion. The advanced guild hall could fit up to 3,000 people. As for the other facilities of the guild residence, those would only be obtainable from large-scale team dungeons that were level 25 or above. Some time was needed before the construction of the advanced guild hall could be completed. After Shi Feng completed all the necessary procedures, his remaining task was to head to the War God's temple and report the matter of the Endless Abyss. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave the Adventurers Association, the system notification sounded. Moreover, this wasn't just any normal notification. Instead, it was a notification sent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to establish a guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation, 10,000 guild popularity and 10 gold coins to the guild. I spent 3,000 gold, yet only got 10 gold in return. The system sure is tight-fisted. Shi Feng laughed. However, Shi Feng did not concern himself with such an amount of gold. The reason being, in these past few days, the Starstreak trading firm was already making a daily profit of over 1,700 gold. It was all thanks to the popularity it gained from selling the Arclight shield, as well as the basic mana armor kits. During this period of time, the forging genius, Cream Cocoa, had also been continuously producing gemstone buckles, advanced whetstones, and many more forging products. Moreover, the number of forging players Melancholic Smile recruited was also rising. Not only did the combination of these new forgers and the various forging designs provided by Zero Wing increase the number of products sold by the Starstreak trading firm, it also expanded the company's product selection. As a result, the daily profits of the Starstreak trading firm continuously rose. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm already controlled over half of the market for forging products in White River City. Moreover, such a situation wasn't limited to just White River City, it extended to the 7 surrounding cities. Hence, Shi Feng was not lacking in money at all. Compared to having spent 3,000 gold coins, Shi Feng was more interested in the 10,000 guild popularity points. This was a feature that would only become available to a guild after it established a guild residence. The higher the guild popularity, the more famous a guild would become among NPCs. With 10,000 guild popularity, Zero Wing could be considered relatively famous among the NPC populace. Compared to starting from scratch, having this 10,000 guild popularity made things much simpler for him. It should be known that when a guild member completed a quest commissioned by an NPC, the guild would normally receive only 1 to 3 guild popularity. Only quests with high difficulty would reward 5 to 10 points. In other words, a guild needed to complete thousands of guild quests in order to accumulate 10,000 guild popularity. These bonus guild popularity points had saved the guild plenty of development time. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Adventurers Association, the tan shield warrior that had just recently left Zero Wing no longer felt joyful about joining Dark Star. On the contrary, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Inside the Land of Death, one of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Star's main team was currently battling against a white bone giant elephant, which was over 20 meters in height. At this time, the MT of the team, Lone Tyrant, was enduring the attacks from this white bone giant elephant. Every time he took an attack from the boss, he would receive over -2,000 damage. His HP constantly rose and fell, his life hanging by a thread. Just as the white bone giant elephant in the distance was preparing to charge, Lone Tyrant suddenly received a system notification. Lone Tyrant was momentarily stunned by what he saw. How did Zero Wing obtain a guild residence so quickly? Lone Tyrant couldn't help but yell out when he saw the description of this system notification, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even forgot to use a skill to block the incoming attack from the white bone giant elephant before him. As a result, he was turned into a pile of meat paste by the boss's foot, losing his life instantly. What followed was what would be expected, a team wipe. Chapter 281, A Guild's Most Powerful Weapon. Tens of players were currently lining up outside a large and peaceful tomb. Everyone in this team of players was level 17 or above, and all of their equipment were at least mysterious iron rank with a few pieces of secret silver equipment mixed in. Most of the equipment the leading MT of this team had were of secret silver rank, and the crescent-shaped shield he carried was even of fine gold rank. Meanwhile, all of these well-equipped players were looking reverently at the peerless beauty standing before them. Looking out through the gaps of her silver-white helmet, her black, crystalline eyes shone with both intelligence and wisdom. Her hair, which was a midnight black, hung down to her waist, gently brushing against the silver-white armor she wore. Resting her hand on the hilt of a dark blue greatsword glowing dark blue, she exuded the indomitable aura of a goddess of war as she silently stood there. This peerless war goddess was none other than the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. After undergoing the baptism of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow was even more dazzling than before. She was like a rough stone that had been polished, instantly revealing the sparkle of an icy cold sapphire. Currently, not only was Gentle Snow fully equipped with the Snowfall set equipment, a secret silver-ranked set equipment, the great sword she wielded, albeit of indiscernible quality, was also giving off a frightening amount of energy. The Snowfall set equipment could only be obtained from the hard mode of the 3 great dungeons. As for the blue sky greatsword Gentle Snow wielded, she had obtained it after killing a great lord that served as a protector of a ruined temple. If Shi Feng saw this two-handed greatsword, he would definitely be shocked. The reason being, this greatsword was similar to the Abyssal Blade, since it, too, was a magic weapon. Furthermore, it was also one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Blue Sky. Just as Gentle Snow's team was about to raid the 4th boss of the Land of Death, the Whitebone General Jera, Gentle Snow suddenly received a system notification, and a hint of astonishment flashed through her eyes when she read its contents. How can he be so fast? Gentle Snow knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain a guild residence. Even though she had a powerful guild like Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, backing her, the reputation she had collected was still far from enough to allow her to become a baroness of White River City. Yet, Zero Wing was still a step ahead of her. Gentle Snow's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile as she muttered, It seems I need to congratulate him. In White River City, Ouroboros and Zero Wing were actually allies, although this matter was not known to the public. If people did find out, however, they would definitely be greatly shocked. After all, who would ever imagine that White River City's #1 guild would actually be willing to form an alliance with Zero Wing, a guild that was declining by the day? However, Gentle Snow had indeed done such a thing. Although Ouroboros was the #1 guild in White River City, they were still far from being considered an unshakable existence. Just the fact that Dark Star was close to surpassing them showed how vulnerable Ouroboros was. Moreover, Dark Star also had some hidden connections with world dominators, which was also a first-rate guild like Ouroboros. If these two powerful guilds joined hands to wage war against Ouroboros, then Ouroboros would definitely suffer a huge loss. Hence, Ouroboros itself needed allies. Setting aside Dark Star and world dominators, there were still 3 others among the top 6 guilds in White River City. Of the 3, the most powerful would be Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild, while coming in second would be the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild. As for Zero Wing, they were considered the weakest of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Yet in defiance of all logic, Gentle Snow had chosen to ally herself with the recently established Zero Wing out of these 3 guilds. The reason for her decision was her optimism for Zero Wing. Setting aside the mysterious, elusive, and heaven-defyingly powerful Yi Feng, just the fact that Zero Wing had Black Flame in its midst had already solidified Gentle Snow's conviction. Not only was Black Flame the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, his personal combat strength was also frighteningly great. In addition, he had a mysterious organization supporting him from behind the scenes, not to mention a deep connection with the Starstreak trading firm. Black Flame's shocking financial power put even Gentle Snow herself to shame. Although she could not make head or tail of the connection between Yi Feng and Black Flame, she knew for a fact that both of them possessed immeasurable strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, neither of them chose to reveal that strength to the public, and such an action greatly confused Gentle Snow. Just the thought of the two of them working together had sent chills down Gentle Snow's spine. As if to put icing on the cake, the person named Aqua Rose had also appeared in Zero Wing out of nowhere. Aqua Rose used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Although her fame was less than Gentle Snow's, that was only because Gentle Snow had appeared in many advertisements before, raising her profile in the public eye. Gentle Snow had never personally fought against Aqua Rose. However, based on the video recordings of Aqua Rose's battles, in terms of combat techniques, should they ever have a fight between themselves, Gentle Snow felt she only had a 50% chance of emerging victorious. In any case, just the presence of these 3 powerhouses in Zero Wing made it worthwhile for Gentle Snow to ally herself with them. Not to mention, Zero Wing still had many other experts within their ranks. Their true strength and potential were simply unfathomable. In the eyes of the public, Zero Wing would sooner or later vanish from existence. However, Gentle Snow knew very clearly. Zero Wing's current calm was merely the prelude to their next breakout. The situation right now would be the best example. Against all expectations, Zero Wing had suddenly become the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to obtain its own guild residence, miles ahead of the other guilds. Within moments, Zero Wing had become the focal point of all players throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after the appearance of the system notification, Zero Wing's recruitment point was overrun by a stampede of players. Although Aqua Rose had long since prepared for such a reaction, the sea of players desperately trying to join the guild still left her breathless. Meanwhile, the players who had previously withdrawn from Zero Wing presently had regret filling up their intestines. If they had not acted so impulsively and had waited just a few more days, they would have been able to enjoy the various benefits offered by a guild residence. Now, unless they deleted their game accounts and started over with a new name, it was impossible for them to join Zero Wing anymore. However, who would have the courage to actually delete their account and start all over again? As for the players that had chosen to remain in Zero Wing, currently, they were extremely happy about their wise decision. Now that Zero Wing had a guild residence, not to mention being able to receive more quests, they could save a lot of money, thanks to the equipment and weapons repair facility of the guild residence. Neither would they need to spend money to recover their stamina at hotels, they could simply do so at the guild residence. Furthermore, they could also obtain a double EXP buff just by resting inside the guild residence. With this buff, they could grind and level up with much greater efficiency than before. In addition, guild residences could also provide private rooms. This was also the greatest benefit of having a guild residence. In God's domain, every player would wish to possess their very own private room or house. As long as players logged off inside their own rooms, they could still accumulate the double EXP buff, and with much greater efficiency than in the guild lounge to boot, even though they weren't personally within the game. Normally, when guild members rested within the guild residence's guild lounge for 48 hours, they could accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. In the case of a private room, however, players only needed to rest for 24 hours in order to accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could likewise accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. Although the maximum capacity of the buff was the same, the accumulation speed inside a private room was double that of the guild lounge. Of course, this was only in the case of a 1-star private housing. In God's domain, housing was also categorized into different levels. Meanwhile, the higher the level, the greater the benefits a player could enjoy. The lowest level housing was 1 star, while the highest was 10 star. Each increase in level required a huge sum of money, and also certain special materials. It would not be easy for players to upgrade their private housings. For a 1-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 20% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 2-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 25% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 7-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 2 hours. For a 8-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 1.5 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 3 hours. For a 9-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 2 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 8% for 3 hours. For a 10-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 3 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 10% for 4 hours. However, it was simply too difficult for players to obtain their own houses in White River City. Yet, buying a house in a town would not be convenient for them. Meanwhile, guild residences could provide its members with private rooms, although not everyone could enjoy the benefits of a private room due to limited space inside a guild residence. Normally, these private rooms would be given to members who contributed greatly to the guild and also the upper management of the guild. If there were any additional private rooms, guild members could also rent them using the contribution points they accumulated from raiding dungeons and doing quests. In God's domain, the matter of leveling up would always be a headache to players. Moreover, the further into the game a player went, the harder it was for them to level up. It would not be strange for players to level up only once every 3 to 4 days. If players died out in the fields, they would also lose an entire level as a penalty. Hence, a tool that could aid players in leveling up quicker would definitely be well received. This guild benefit alone already held a fatal attraction for all players. And that was in addition to the large number of guild quests available for choosing, which would dramatically accelerate players' leveling speed. Chapter 282, Dark Wind. The War God's Temple, an organization that was founded shortly after the Great Destruction, had been in existence for thousands of years now, protecting the human race from invasions by foreign races. Now that the endless abyss had been opened, the humans of God's domain would have to rely on the War God's Temple to deal with the invasion of demonic beasts. It was no longer a situation that could be handled by any single country. Aside from being the protector of the human race, the War God's Temple was also a location for players to learn advanced skills. Meanwhile, players only needed to complete the quests they received at the War God's Temple in order to do so. Shortly after Shi Feng arrived at the War God's Temple, he reported the endless abyss to the Knight Captain on duty. The War God's Temple was considered one of the most powerful forces in God's domain. Just a normal knight here was already a level 180 Tier 2 NPC. As for the Knight Captain, he was a level 200 Tier 3 NPC. The Knight Captain revealed an anxious expression after hearing Shi Feng's report. "Your Excellency Black Flame, this matter is of utmost importance. However, as I'll need to immediately send out warnings to all cities throughout the kingdom and also muster troops to the front lines, I'll have to trouble you to head to the War God's Temple in the capital city and report this matter to Lord Eucharis and seek his aid." The Knight Captain passed a gold token to Shi Feng, then promptly headed out of the temple, not giving Shi Feng any chance to even refuse. Shi Feng was left speechless by the Knight Captain's words. Fortunately, he only needed to head to the capital city and look for the person named Eucharis, an easy task to accomplish. Following which, Shi Feng left the War God's Temple and hurried over to White River City's teleportation hall. Just as Shi Feng was about to enter the teleportation hall, however, 6 robust-looking players stood in front of the stone staircase, completely blocking the entryway. These 6 players were all level 18. Such a level could definitely be ranked at the very top of White River City. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of excellent quality, majority of which were of secret silver rank. Meanwhile, the solemn-looking middle-aged man who looked like the leader of this party of players had the best equipment out of these 6 players. He was actually fully equipped with secret silver equipment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, and his entire body exuded such an icy cold aura that other players unconsciously detoured as they walked past him. Although Shi Feng had never fought against these 6 players before, he could clearly tell that they were very strong. There were very few parties of their caliber in White River City. Meanwhile, pinned to the chests of these players were black 6-pointed stars. This black star was none other than Dark Star's guild emblem. "What can I do for you?" Shi Feng asked. "You're Black Flame, right? I am Ming Sha of Underworld. I am here to give you a piece of good news," the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone. Although Black Flame had been titled as the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, in Ming Sha's eyes, he was merely a clown prancing on the stage. Whether it was in reality or in God's domain, only strength truly mattered. A forger that only knew how to stay hidden inside a room was nothing more than a tool for strong players like them. If not for the matter of the guild residents astonishing the upper echelons of Underworld, Ming Sha would not even be here trying to make contact with Black Flame. Instead of Black Flame, the person Ming Sha was interested in was Yi Feng, the player widely acclaimed a god-ranked swordsman. Ming Sha really wished to meet him. Moreover, young Master Feng had also given orders to get rid of that Yi Feng and obtain the epic-ranked item in Shi Feng's hands. Unfortunately, Yi Feng proved simply too elusive. No matter how many men Ming Sha had sent out, they still could not find a trace of that Yi Feng. Ming Sha was very disappointed by such a result, as he never imagined that Yi Feng would be such a coward, not having the courage to even come out and fight. Good news? Then why do I feel that you guys are coming with bad intentions in hand? Shi Feng revealed an indifferent smile as he sent a glance at the other 5 menacing players. "Master Black Flame, it is our fault for behaving too rashly. However, we truly do have great news for you. Only, I hope that you can take a trip with us. After all, this place isn't exactly suitable for discussions of such an important matter." At this moment, another person walked up from behind the 6 players. This person was similarly a middle-aged man. Currently, this man had a wide smile on his honest-looking face. When Shi Feng used observing eyes on this man, he discovered that this man was actually called South Wolf. Immediately, Shi Feng came to a realization. The road for enemies truly is narrow. Shi Feng inwardly chuckled. South Wolf was none other than the person that tried to threaten Shi Feng into surrendering his ice-blue devil flame. After being rejected, South Wolf had even declared that he would take action against Shi Feng. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to take a look at just how powerful the organization known as Underworld was. Unfortunately, this matter had been quelled by gentle snow. Shi Feng never thought he would meet this fellow once again today. "What if I don't want to go?" Shi Feng asked. "We have long since thought of this point, hence I asked Brother Ming Sha and his friends to come and personally invite Master Black Flame over," South Wolf said with a hypocritical smile, sending a glance at the 6 underworld guards beside him. "All right, then, since you guys are being so sincere." Shi Feng nodded. South Wolf had obviously already familiarized himself with the rules of White River City. Although the rules stated that battles were not allowed within the city limits, that was on the premise that actual damage was caused. There would be no problems if they simply dragged him away. Of course, Shi Feng's strength attribute was extremely high. South Wolf's group had absolutely no chance of abducting him. Just recently he had obtained 40 free attribute points as a reward for releasing the Forgotten Lands. Although Shi Feng had added 30 of those points into intelligence, in order to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath even a little earlier, he had placed the remaining 10 into strength. Aside from that, due to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Shi Feng obtained 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. When coupling those with the strength provided by his other equipment, Shi Feng's strength attribute had long since broken through the 170-point threshold. In terms of the strength attribute, very few players throughout God's domain could be a match for him. However, it seemed that someone from the mysterious upper echelon of Underworld wanted to meet him, and Shi Feng was curious enough to agree. "Let us go then," South Wolf said as he led the way. A short while later, Shi Feng and the others arrived inside a high-class bar. Very few average players could be seen inside this bar, as most could not afford this luxurious place. "Master Black Flame, please come in. Young Master Feng has been waiting for you for a long time now." South Wolf pushed apart the doors to a private room, hinting that Shi Feng should enter. Upon entering the private room, Shi Feng immediately discovered an imposing yet charming youth sitting inside. This youth was also accompanied by 2 beautiful female companions at his sides. These 2 beauties were not players but NPCs. Just like how Anna was working as Shi Feng's assistant at the Starstreak trading firm, these beauties were clearly servants of this young man. This sight was far more shocking than if he had 2 attractive female players accompanying him. At this stage of the game, having the ability to possess 2 NPC servants showed that this youth before him was definitely out of the ordinary. "You are in the upper echelon of Underworld?" Shi Feng asked. "That's right. This one here is known as Feng Xianyang, the vice leader of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. Of course, you can also call me by my character name, Dark Wind." Feng Xianyang introduced himself. "I wonder, what business does Vice Leader Feng have with me?" Shi Feng asked. Judging from Feng Xianyang's tone, Shi Feng had already made a rough guess as to Underworld's strength. Although he had long since deduced that Underworld had a great deal of power and that their influence covered more than just a single kingdom, Shi Feng still could not help but feel shocked after having his conclusions confirmed. It was no wonder even that Gentle Snow was wary of them. Star Moon Kingdom could be categorized into 5 separate regions: North, South, East, West, and Center. White River City was located in the east side. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang was in charge of managing the affairs of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. The authority he wielded was definitely great. "I heard that Master Black Flame is the founder of Zero Wing. You have even managed to elevate Zero Wing to its current position. We at Underworld feel very optimistic about Zero Wing's future, hence we wish to invest in some shares." Feng Xianyang then pointed towards Ming Sha, who was currently standing by the door, saying, "You've already seen for yourself the strength of Underworld. Because of us, even the previously insignificant third-rate guild Dark Star has instantly become a powerhouse in White River City. If Master Black Flame is willing, Underworld can similarly make Zero Wing grow rapidly. Not only could you become the overlord of White River City, you could even become the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Black Flame might be interested?" Chapter 283, Arrogance. Feng Xuanyang's words dripped with temptation. Just the prestige of being the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom would cause many to fight over it. These exact same words might have been used to attract Lone Tyrant into cooperating with Underworld back then. Under the banner of the #1 player on the ranking list, in addition to Underworld's covert support, Dark Star had managed to rocket to fame, becoming a guild capable of rivaling even the powerful Ouroboros. So that's how it is. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood why Dark Star could become so amazing, just like that, with experts appearing in the guild out of nowhere. Its abrupt rise was all because of Underworld helping it in secret. However, now that Zero Wing had established a guild residence, Underworld couldn't help but reconsider its original plans, hence its interest in investing in Zero Wing. Shi Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that Underworld was indeed amazing. They were willing to support an entirely different guild even at the cost of sacrificing all their previous investments. From an outsider's perspective, such an action was plain foolish. However, Shi Feng knew that Underworld's decision was, in fact, very wise. It was obvious at first glance how great an influence a guild residence would have towards a guild's success. If it were up to him, he, too, would choose to take such an action. Master Black Flame, you should know that there are over 20 cities just in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region alone. If Master Black Flame agrees to our proposition, in the future, you will become the absolute overlord of these 20-plus cities. Moreover, even though Underworld will be investing in Zero Wing, we will not interfere directly in the management of the guild itself. Rather, we will provide you with a large sum in funding and manpower, Feng Xianyang slowly said in a tempting tone. We at Underworld have already decided that as long as Master Black Flame agrees, we will immediately inject 1 billion credits into Zero Wing, and also provide the guild with 100 gold coins every week. In addition, we will also provide 100 experts, and also 1 team of Underworld guards for you, Master Black Flame, to command as you see fit. If Zero Wing develops well, Underworld will invest even more into the guild in the future. Master Black Flame, what do you think? Feng Xianyang had taken Shi Feng's previous silence for hesitation, thinking that Shi Feng was definitely considering his proposition, hence he sweetened the deal. In God's domain, wasn't the main purpose one established a guild earning money and gaining status? For a newly established guild, 1 billion credits was definitely an astronomical sum. Even a major corporation in a city couldn't easily take out 1 billion credits. Recently, due to God's domain's raging popularity, the number of corporations investing in the game had been continuously increasing. The value of guilds in God's domain had similarly shot up abruptly. Yet, even so, a third-rate guild with a member count of 20 to 30,000 would, at most, be worth 2 to 300 million credits. Meanwhile, Zero Wing merely had several thousand members in its ranks. Although it had both fame and experts, its value was still not worth 1 billion credits. After taking into account the value of a guild residence, Zero Wing would at most be worth 500 million credits. Hence, it would be completely illogical for Shi Feng to refuse the offer of 1 billion credits. I wonder how much shares young Master Feng is intending to purchase? Shi Feng asked, an indifferent smile on his face. Not much, just 50%. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, you can obtain 1 billion credits, in addition to having many experts to assist you. I believe that no other corporation will be willing to offer such a high price, Feng Xianyang said confidently. Shi Feng propped up his chin with his hand, entering into a deep contemplation. Shortly after, he slowly said, "Although your offer is indeed attractive, 50% of the guild's shares is simply too much. I am willing to sell 10% at most." Although Feng Xuanyang's offer of 50% seemed as if both sides would be wielding half of the guild's shares, it was simply a trick to make sure Feng drop his guard. In reality, wielding 50% of Zero Wing's shares was already tantamount to full control of the guild. After all, when Shi Feng established his guild, he hadn't claimed the full 100% shares of the guild. He had given a small portion to Aqua Rose. If Feng Xianyang purchased 1% of Zero Wing's shares from Aqua Rose, then he would have 51% of the guild's shares. At that time, Feng Xuanyang's words would become law in Zero Wing, while Shi Feng would sooner or later end up in a situation like the one in his previous life. Shi Feng had sworn to never let something like that happen again in this life. 10%. Feng Xianyang did not dare believe his own ears. He was going to spend 1 billion credits on Zero Wing, yet all he would get in return was 10% of its shares? Did Shi Feng really take Zero Wing for the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? Vice Leader Feng, you must think that the amount I'm offering is too low, right? Shi Feng asked, his indifferent smile still on his face. It's only normal that you would think so. However, what I'm trying to say is that 1 billion credits really isn't a big sum of money. I'm already giving young Master Feng a lot of face by offering you 10% of Zero Wing's shares. If it were anyone else here today, I would only offer them 1% at most. In fact, Shi Feng was not speaking conceited nonsense at all. Just the gold coins he had on hand right now already exceeded 10,000. If he converted them into credits, they would be worth at least 200 million credits. His daily income was also continuously rising day after day. Just the benefits he could obtain from the Starstreak trading firm had already far exceeded 1 billion credits. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild residence was also built on a strategic location like the Purple Sun Mansion. The Purple Sun Mansion was the best location for players to establish a guild residence in White River City. It also occupied a broad tract of land, larger than even a football field, which could contain 50,000 people. Not to mention the current state of White River City, where every square inch of land was worth its inch in gold. Even after a decade passed since God's Domain's official launch, the land of the Purple Sun Mansion would still be worth more than 10 billion credits. Although 1 billion credits was indeed an astronomical sum, it was truly not worth 10% of Zero Wing's shares. Even 1% was an overestimation, not to mention 10%. Master Black Flame, there has to be a limit even to jokes. By toying around with me like this, do you take me for someone easily bullied? Feng Xuanyang's expression suddenly changed, his tone turned cold as well. Vice Leader Feng, what I speak is the truth. If Vice Leader Feng feels wronged, then let's just forget about this matter entirely. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. After this meeting, he, too, started thinking of looking for an investment partner. The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. If Shi Feng had rejected Feng Xuanyang's investment proposal from the very beginning, or had argued that Feng Xianyang was asking for too high a percentage of Zero Wing's shares, Feng Xianyang might still have accepted Shi Feng's answer with a smile. This was the atrocity of the truth, hence people would often prefer to hear a lie than the truth. The reason being, the truth was much crueler than a lie. If Aqua Rose were here right now, she would definitely scold Shi Feng for speaking the truth. Soon after, Shi Feng departed from the private room, leaving behind a thoroughly incensed Feng Xianyang. South Wolf, get in here! Feng Xianyang roared. South Wolf hurriedly entered the private room asking, Young Master Feng, why are you so angry? Did that brat Black Flame fail to appreciate your kindness? Tell Lone Tyrant that he can take action immediately. I don't wish to see the guild called Zero Wing in White River City anymore. Feng Xianyang no longer had his elegant appearance from before. Instead, he revealed his sinister nature, saying, Since he isn't willing to cooperate with Underworld, then we will just remove him, one way or another. White River City does not need a guild that Underworld cannot control. Yes, I'll notify Lone Tyrant immediately, South Wolf said with excitement as he licked his lips. After Shi Feng departed from the high-class bar, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Spending 32 silver coins, he quickly arrived at Star Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom's most affluent city. Compared to White River City, the competition at Star Moon City was much more intense. Just the number of first-rate guilds present in the city already surpassed 5. The second- and third-rate guilds were even more numerous. Meanwhile, the player population at Star Moon City was over 3 million. Such a number could easily match the total number of players in White River City and its neighboring 7 cities. One could say that Star Moon City was a location that every guild needed to compete for in the future. After all, it was a super city that would be able to contain over 10 million players in the future. Meanwhile, the resources available in the surroundings of Star Moon City were even more abundant. There were plenty of high-level maps that were only a short distance away from the city. Obtaining Star Moon City would be the equivalent of occupying a fifth of the entire Star Moon Kingdom's resources. Chapter 284 Ghost Raider. As the capital city of Star Moon Kingdom, beneath the flourishing appearance of Star Moon City were piles and piles of pearly white bones. The moment Shi Feng arrived at the city, he could already sniff out the strong smell of blood. When Shi Feng walked the bustling streets of Star Moon City, none of the players he saw belonged to small and unknown guilds. Instead, all the guild players he saw belonged to third-rate guilds or above. As for the unrated guilds, Shi Feng could make a general guess as to where they had gone. They had definitely been completely annexed by these large guilds. Furthermore, the average level of players in Star Moon City was very high. In terms of equipment, the players of Star Moon City were also a notch higher than the players of White River City. Originally, it was a very rare sight to find average players possessing bronze equipment. At Star Moon City, however, it was not a rare sight at all. Shi Feng had even seen some independent players who possessed equipment of mysterious iron rank and above. As for the players who wore a guild emblem on them, majority of their equipment were of mysterious iron rank. Some elite members of guilds were even fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. The standards of Star Moon City were clearly a lot higher than White River Cities. However, if these players were to be compared to Shi Feng, they would still be miles and miles behind. When Shi Feng arrived in Star Moon City, he had removed his disguise of Black Flame. Instead, he had chosen to use his original appearance of Yi Feng to move around the city. Hence, he did not choose to hide the equipment he had on him right now. Although Shi Feng had already turned off the innate glowing effect that dark gold equipment possessed, he was unable to do anything about the originally dashing appearance of the item itself. There was also the 2 weapons at his waist, the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, whose quality could not be discerned through sight alone. Overall, Shi Feng's equipment had caused all the players who walked past him to cast sidelong glances at him. Shi Feng was just like a famous celebrity as he strolled along the streets of Star Moon City. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to the stares he was receiving, focusing only on the task at hand. After arriving at Star Moon City, a new city, Shi Feng first made a trip to the city's auction house by force of habit. He intended to gauge the market conditions of this entire city. As the capital city, Star Moon City was geographically located in the central region of Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, whether it was the northern, southern, western, or eastern region, all trade would pass through this place. In the past, during the peak of Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City controlled a full quarter of Star Moon Kingdom's trade volume. One could simply imagine how large the trade volume at Star Moon City was. If one could dominate Star Moon City, the daily profits one could rake in would be astronomical. In comparison, the Starstreak trading firm's daily profit of 1,600 to 1,700 gold coins was merely a trifling sum. With such a large trade volume available, it would be a lie to say that Shi Feng did not have aspirations towards it. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had just recently set out on its journey. it would still be a long time before he could attempt to get a share of the pie known as Star Moon City. Today, Shi Feng was simply here to lay the groundwork for his eventual entry into Star Moon City's market in the future. Star Moon City's auction house was also the largest auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. When players registered an item here, the item would also be available for the players in the surrounding tens of cities to purchase. It was much more amazing than the White River City auction house. Moreover, when players from another country wished to visit Star Moon Kingdom, or when players from the kingdom itself wished to head to another country, they would be required to make a transit through Star Moon City, as it was the capital city of the kingdom. This situation also led to players from other countries selling their wares at the Star Moon auction house. Hence, there was a very large variety of items available at the Star Moon auction house, and no other auction house in Star Moon Kingdom could ever dream of being its equal. This was also one of the reasons why many players would willingly come here to purchase or sell their items. The inside of the auction house was filled with a sea of players. After entering the building, Shi Feng quickly looked for a quiet corner and sat down. He then called out the auction house interface, quietly browsing through its contents. "Brother Blade, look at that person's amazing equipment. Although my eagle eyes skill allows me to identify any weapon or equipment that is fine gold rank or below, when I tried identifying that person's stuff, many of them returned as unidentifiable." A skinny ranger said excitedly as he drooled at Shi Feng's equipment. "What? Unidentifiable? Don't tell me he's using dark gold equipment? Imperial Thunder, did something go wrong with your skill? Let alone a player from an unknown guild, even the guild leaders of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance wouldn't be able to possess so many dark gold equipment," the robust-looking berserker named Lifeless Blade argued, laughing. "Brother Blade, you should know that this identification skill of mine is an advanced skill that I obtained only after completing a unique quest. When had it ever gone wrong before?" The ranger named Imperial Thunder replied earnestly. Lifeless Blade nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked towards Shi Feng, who currently sat on a stone chair, noticing that he was actually unfamiliar with this person. "Yi Feng. He isn't an expert of Star Moon City. He should have come from some other city." After Lifeless Blade used an identification skill on Shi Feng, he immediately knew that Shi Feng was not a player belonging to Star Moon City. Lifeless Blade could be considered a somewhat famous person in Star Moon Kingdom. He had met many players before, and he had also met majority of the experts that could be found in the city. As for the experts he had yet to meet, he knew what they were called, at the very least. Even so, he had never heard of an expert called Yi Feng before. And yet, I seem to recall hearing this name, Yi Feng, from somewhere. Lifeless Blade drifted into deep thought. I recall seeing this name on the official forums before. I wonder if I can still find it now. Thinking so, Lifeless Blade opened the official forums and started searching for information relating to a player called Yi Feng. At this moment, Imperial Thunder used eagle eyes on the guild emblem hanging on Shi Feng's chest. Instantly, a shocked expression surfaced on his face. Yet, immediately after, that shock turned into great excitement. "Imperial Thunder, what happened to you?" Lifeless Blade asked curiously. It was his first time seeing Imperial Thunder produce such an expression. In the past, Imperial Thunder did not react with such intensity even when he saw a Lord-ranked field boss. "Brother Blade, he's a member of Zero Wing," Imperial Thunder said excitedly. "Zero Wing? Why would they be here?" Lifeless Blade asked curiously. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom had not heard of Zero Wing at this point. After all, it was the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to possess its own guild residence. Moreover, there were plenty of experts in its midst. Even the top-ranking player in Star Moon Kingdom was a member of Zero Wing. Not only was this guild extremely mysterious, it also had Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger providing them with equipment. Countless players wished to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the guild was only recruiting members in White River City. Unless players from other cities migrated there, they would have no chance of joining it at all. At this moment, Lifeless Blade had also found some information relating to Yi Feng on the forums. Aside from finding out that Yi Feng was the author of the White River City Guidebook, Lifeless Blade had also found some video recordings of Yi Feng's battles. Of them, the video showing Yi Feng's one-man battle against hundreds of Martial Union members was still ranked within the top 30 most viewed videos. The video had even been titled God-Ranked Swordsman's Instructional Video. So he is that God-ranked expert Yi Feng. Lifeless Blade felt greatly surprised at this moment. He never imagined he would get the chance to meet such a great expert. While Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder were watching Shi Feng, with his extraordinary 5 senses, had long since noticed his 2 observers. The interest these 2 players emitted was very strong. In addition, the fervor in their gazes made it hard for Shi Feng not to notice them, even if he wasn't trying. And here I was, wondering who was spying on me. It turned out that it was Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder. Shi Feng glanced at his 2 admirers, sending a faint smile at them. Shi Feng had been looking forward to meeting these 2 famous players for a long time now. Before they had even started playing God's Domain, they were already a relatively famous independent party. In the gaming world, they had even been called the Sharp Arrow Party. After they entered God's Domain, they shone even more than before. In the past, the team they had formed managed to successfully raid plenty of team dungeons that even the main force of first-rate guilds were helpless against. Meanwhile, the team leader, Lifeless Blade, had also been nicknamed the Ghost Raider. Brother Blade, such a chance won't fall into our laps a second time. Why don't we go get acquainted with him? Who knows, we might even become friends, Imperial Thunder suggested to Lifeless Blade. Chapter 285 Market Research. Imperial Thunder's suggestion sent Lifeless Blade into a light contemplation. Soon after, Lifeless Blade replied with a nod. As the saying went, another friend is another opportunity. If one wished to succeed in a game, an extensive network of friends was necessary. It was especially true when it came to friends who were experts. If we are going to hastily approach and interrupt him like this, we need to be careful with our words when we speak. After all, every expert has their own unique personality. Some might be cheerful, some might be indifferent, and some might be arrogant. It would be counterproductive if we happened to accidentally provoke him, Lifeless Blade whispered. Ah, of course I know about this point. Imperial Thunder laughed. You do, huh? Lifeless Blade rolled his eyes at Imperial Thunder. He then continued. Do you still remember how you managed to provoke Yuan Fei, one of the top 10 rookies of the gaming world, whom we met last time? That was his fault for going overboard. He actually tried to roll for every equipment we got from that boss. Imperial Thunder still held a grudge against the player called Yuan Fei. When they had discovered a Lord-ranked field boss before, they had kindly sent Yuan Fei an invite to raid the boss together. After the boss died, the loot the boss dropped was distributed using the dice rolling system, as more than a dozen players had participated in the raid. It was also logical that every team member would only roll for the items they needed. Yet, contrary to custom, Yuan Fei had rolled for every single item the boss dropped. Yuan Fei's actions clearly stated that, if he could not use it, then he could still sell it. You could have just spoken up about the matter. At worst, we could have just stopped contacting him. There was no need for us to become enemies. Yet, you chose to pick a fight with him without even trying to talk things out. That's not how you make friends, that's how you make enemies. Yuan Fei is still holding a grudge against us even until now. Lifeless Blade felt speechless when he recalled the incident back then. Yuan Fei was one of this year's top 10 rookies of the virtual gaming world, and the Star Alliance had even offered him an annual salary of 2 million credits in order to recruit him. Meanwhile, just because their team had provoked that petty-minded Yuan Fei, they had received plenty of oppression from the Star Alliance, making it hard for them to mingle in Star Moon City. If not for the fact that Lifeless Blade was acquainted with the guild leader of the Star Alliance, this matter would never have been settled, and their team would have been forced out of Star Moon City long ago. I understand. I won't repeat the same mistakes, Imperial Thunder said in a soft tone. In fact, he, too, recognized the mistake he made in the past. However, it was not easy for him to fix his short temper. As the two of them quietly conversed while they made their way towards Shifeng. Shifeng had already grasped the general market trend in Star Moon City. Overall, the items sold here were cheaper than White River City. In White River City, a stack of hard stones could be sold for 10 silver coins. At this place, however, each stack was being sold for only 9 silver coins. The same went for whetstones. In White River City, each stack of whetstones could be sold for 35 silver coins, while at this place, it was being sold for only 32 silver coins. Only advanced whetstones were sold at the same price in both cities, whereby each stack went for 1 gold coin. On the other hand, mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment sold here were at least 10% to 20% more expensive than the ones sold at White River City. As for secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment, those were sold at prices 30% to 40% higher. Sure enough, with more players around, the resources available is also greater in volume. Even though mysterious iron equipment is such a rare commodity in White River City, here in Star Moon City, these items seem to be available in abundance. There is someone actually selling secret silver equipment as well. As expected of the capital city, the number of experts here is much higher than other cities. Just by looking at the items being sold at the auction house, Shifeng could clearly feel the intensity of the competition at Star Moon City, with higher quality equipment in greater demand. It was also precisely this fierce competition that resulted in more experts being produced here. In order to survive in this city, one had to rack their brains and constantly think of ways to improve themselves, gradually climbing up the ranks of this prosperous city. Otherwise, what other explanation would there be for a precious secret silver equipment to appear at the auction house? It was simply impossible for guilds to sell any weapons or equipment that were of mysterious iron rank or better. After all, these items were strategic material for a guild. At most, they would sell the equipment produced by their own forgers. However, where would they find a forger who was capable of producing secret silver equipment? Even Shifeng, who possessed plenty of support items, could not easily produce them. It went without saying that other forgers should only be able to produce bronze equipment, or at best, mysterious iron equipment at this stage of the game. Hence, the secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment being sold at the auction house were definitely the offerings of independent teams. Meanwhile, their purpose in selling was simply to bolster their team's strength and obtain the funds necessary to cover their expenses. The number of independent teams that could obtain secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment at White River City could definitely be counted using one's fingers. As far as Shifeng knew, the only team capable of such a feat was the Holy Grail Knights that he had met by coincidence last time. On the other hand, there were a number of such independent teams in Star Moon City. One could just imagine the difference between the two cities. If I am going to try to enter Star Moon City's market, it seems that selling high-end equipment would be the most effective way to do so. At this moment, the fine gold-ranked dragon scale set equipment popped up in Shifeng's mind. He felt that it might not be a bad idea to rely on the dragon scale set equipment to break into Star Moon City's market. However, his current forging standards were still too low. Cream Coco was also only an advanced forging apprentice right now. She was still in the midst of striving to get promoted into a true forger. Moreover, another condition needed to be met if Shifeng wished to enter Star Moon City's market. Currently, Shifeng's guild was based only in White River City. If he were to establish a branch guild at Star Moon City at this period of time, that branch guild would immediately be annihilated by the many large guilds of Star Moon City. Hence, what Shifeng needed right now to enter Star Moon City's market was a shop to do business with. However, not to mention a shop, even if Shifeng wished to set up a stall, he first needed to become a minor noble of Star Moon City. As for establishing a shop, at the very least, he needed to become a baron before he could do so. As expected, if I don't deal with this shop issue, I won't have any way of entering Star Moon City's market at all. After all, the auction house's 15% processing fee was simply too expensive. More importantly, Placing items at the auction house was something only independent teams or players would do. If one wished to have any sort of development and earn large sums of money and fame, a shop of their own was essential. Hello there, friend. I am called Lifeless Blade. Seeing that you have come to the auction house, I'm guessing that you are here to sell some equipment, right? I am somewhat well known in Star Moon City, and I have plenty of sales channels. If you wish to sell your equipment at a good price and its attributes are good, I can lend you a hand with selling them, Lifeless Blade said as he walked over, a smile on his face. Selling equipment? Shifeng took a look at his own getup, discovering that the weapons and equipment he had on him were far better than what anyone else present inside the auction house had. From an observer's point of view, he definitely would not have any demands for the items sold at the auction house. In which case, the possibility of him coming to the auction house to sell some of his unwanted equipment was very high. After all, with so many good equipment on hand, there were bound to be some obsolete equipment that he needed to dispose of. Immediately, Shifeng shook his head, saying, "No, you misunderstand. I'm just here to take a look." "Sorry, it's my fault for misunderstanding," Lifeless Blade quickly said in embarrassment when he realized that he had acted too rashly. "In truth, I'm not trying to earn some middleman's fees. I'm just trying to make your acquaintance. This here is a brother of mine, Imperial Thunder." Imperial Thunder nodded in reply, his mind still slightly dazed, completely mesmerized by the elegant appearance of the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane when seen at such a close distance. Dark gold weapons. Even the guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, did not possess such powerful weapons. Imperial Thunder wondered just what kind of attributes such weapons could possess. Just how much did they surpass the secret silver weapon he wielded? Seeing his companion constantly staring at the weapons hanging at Shifeng's waist, the drool in Imperial Thunder's mouth nearly overflowing, Lifeless Blade immediately clapped Imperial Thunder's back. He then let out an awkward laugh as he said to Shifeng, "Please excuse him. He doesn't normally act this way." Shifeng had been playing God's Domain for many years now, and his eye for people was still quite accurate. Naturally, he could tell that the two players before him did not harbor any evil intentions in their hearts. They were really just trying to get acquainted with him. Furthermore, from the stories he'd heard about Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder in the past, he had quite a good grasp on the two's personalities. They were definitely not sinister, villainous people. Lifeless Blade was the calm and silent type. As for Imperial Thunder, although he was brash, he was a man of integrity. "No problem. I can tell that Brother Imperial is a straightforward man." Shifeng waved his hand, laughing. "Since Brother Blade wishes to become friends, it would be my honor to oblige." Lifeless Blade's eyes immediately glowed. He hadn't expected Shifeng to be so easy to get along with, having such an easygoing attitude. Hence, the two quickly started a conversation between themselves. When they touched on the topic of combat techniques, Shifeng thoroughly shocked Lifeless Blade with his words. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade finally understood why the public would acclaim Shifeng a god-ranked expert. After conversing for more than half an hour, Shifeng managed to obtain a more detailed understanding of the situation at Star Moon City, thanks to Lifeless Blade. "I've gained plenty from this discussion of ours. If not for Brother Yifeng, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know such a combat technique existed. This knowledge is simply priceless for dungeon raiding," Lifeless Blade said earnestly. He then retrieved a special tool from his back and presented it to Shifeng, saying, "This ring is the only item I can offer you as thanks. Brother Yifeng, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Chapter 286, The Eternal Throne. Shifeng had not expected Lifeless Blade to be such a forthright person. Although Lifeless Blade had only taken out an ordinary-looking silver ring, Shifeng knew exactly how precious this item was. The reason being, not only had he seen this ring in the past, he had even owned one before. The ring was a space ring. It was a storage item. One could not judge it simply based on its mysterious iron rank. The space ring could store up to 200 slots of items. It was a very significant amount. It also did not impart any additional weight to the user, regardless of the number of items stored in it. However, this was still not the most important point about this ring. Instead, the space ring excelled the most when used during battle. Although it did not have many uses in a normal battle, when used in a fight between experts, a battlefield, or a boss battle, it could bring about game-changing effects. For example, if players wished to use magic scrolls or support items during a battle, they needed to first place their hands into their bags and search for their items before pulling those out. This entire process would waste much time. However, it was a different story if players possessed the space ring. With a simple thought, the item specified would instantly appear within the player's hands. The space ring was much more convenient than a bag. In reply to Lifeless Blade's offer, however, Shi Feng shook his head and said, "This item is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Brother Yifeng, I am a man who never takes advantage of his friends. I'll feel extremely guilty if you don't accept it. Moreover, this ring is merely a storage item. It's not particularly valuable, so please accept it," Lifeless Blade said. "Well, how about this? I have a favor to ask of Brother Blade. I wonder, how many reputation points does Brother Blade have at Star Moon City right now?" Shi Feng whispered, sighing. Lifeless Blade grew confused at Shi Feng's question, failing to understand why Shi Feng would ask him such a thing. However, he still chose to answer honestly. "I'm only 30 points away from becoming a minor noble of Star Moon City. As the capital city of Star Moon Kingdom, the reputation points of Star Moon City was the most difficult to earn out of all the cities in the kingdom. Even if Lifeless Blade and his team were amazing, they were still a distance away from becoming nobles of the city." 30 points. Shi Feng sank into deep contemplation. He thought to himself, that's not a lot, I guess. If he completes those several quests, he should be able to get those points. "Must your favor require a noble to accomplish, Brother Yifeng?" Lifeless Blade asked. "Yeah." Shi Feng nodded. Only by becoming a noble could one purchase a stall in Star Moon City. Also, exchanging of stalls could only be conducted between nobles of Star Moon City in order to prevent players from taking advantage of any loopholes. However, Shi Feng was a demon hunter. No matter where he went, he would still be treated like a noble. Hence, after Lifeless Blade purchased the stall, there would be no problems if he simply transferred ownership of the stall to Shi Feng. In this way, Shi Feng would have a stall in Star Moon City to officially sell his items. Originally, Shi Feng had thought to complete a few quests in Star Moon City to increase his reputation here. However, it would not be easy to obtain 100 Star Moon City reputation points. He needed to invest plenty of time to do so. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade had a trustworthy character, and it would be much faster to earn just 30 reputation points than to earn 100 reputation points. At first, Lifeless Blade felt ashamed for being unable to be of any help to Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng's next remark immediately sent him into a daze. "I know a few high-level quests that can increase reputation points. After Brother Blade completes them, you should be able to become a noble of Star Moon City." After saying so, Shi Feng proceeded to list out the few quests he had in mind to Lifeless Blade, withholding nothing at all. "This shouldn't be a good idea, right?" Lifeless Blade was nearly left speechless. Originally, he had fully intended to help Shi Feng. In the end, however, he had been the one to receive help from Shi Feng instead. Currently, the many guilds in Star Moon City were desperately searching for quests that could increase one's reputation, holding back nothing to do so. However, even when they offered a huge reward for any related information, they still had no luck in finding any. Yet, Shi Feng had just casually revealed to him 4 high-level quests that rewarded reputation points, his casual remarks making it seem as if these quests were plain cabbages that could be found anywhere. "Is the difficulty of these quests too hard for you to manage?" Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization when he saw Lifeless Blade's troubled expression. "I still know a few quests that reward reputation. However, as their difficulty is much lower, the reputation points rewarded is similarly low. You'll have to complete at least 7 or 8 of them in order to accumulate 30 points. Lifeless Blade's mind was an utter mess now. He even started to suspect Shi Feng was a GM, to actually know of so many reputation quests in Star Moon City. However, Lifeless Blade quickly dispelled this notion from his mind. After all, God's domain was controlled by the main God system. Nobody else was allowed to interfere with the game. Hence, the quests in the game were auto-generated by the system, and nobody should know about them in advance. Of course, if there was an exception to this point, then that would be the extremely mysterious beta testers. However, after God's domain was officially released, many settings and quests in the game were changed. In theory, the quests that were originally present during the beta test should no longer exist. Thinking up to this point, Lifeless Blade was thoroughly confused by Shi Feng's identity. Just how was he able to know so many things? Are you wondering why I know so much? Naturally, Shi Feng could discern Lifeless Blade's doubts. Lifeless Blade silently nodded his head, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. It's because I am a reincarnated person. I returned to this time from 10 years into the future, hence I know about all these quests, Shi Feng said in full honesty. Brother Yi Feng sure knows how to joke. Lifeless Blade abruptly burst into laughter. I'll complete these quests as quickly as possible. After I've managed to become a noble, I'll immediately notify Brother Yi Feng. Lifeless Blade knew full well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, information on reputation quests would definitely be categorized as a top secret by guilds. Shi Feng's willingness to reveal such precious information to him showed how much trust Shi Feng placed in him. If Lifeless Blade still tried to probe deeper into the matter, then he would simply be too insensible. I'm telling the truth, Shi Feng laughed bitterly. I know. Lifeless Blade nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face seemingly saying, I understand. Shi Feng was left completely speechless. Although he had long since grown familiar with such a behavior, he still could not help but feel helpless every time he was faced with it. Why wouldn't anybody believe him even though he was telling the truth? Why must the world make an honest man like him tell a lie before somebody was willing to believe him? Shi Feng was no longer able to make sense of this world. Soon after, Lifeless Blade added Shi Feng as a friend before hurrying off to complete the quests. Meanwhile, thanks to Lifeless Blade, Shi Feng now had a better understanding of Star Moon City's situation. After Lifeless Blade's departure, Shi Feng hailed a horse carriage and headed to the War God's Temple of Star Moon City. He intended to continue carrying out his legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple of Star Moon City was built beside the palace. From the outside, the building looked like a magnificent and majestic pyramid, and at the summit of this pyramid was a house-sized sunstone, which exuded a divine light. Be it day or night, this sunstone would shine brilliantly on the entire War God's Temple, and one couldn't help but admire this dazzling construction when seeing it. As the main branch of the War God's Temple, it had Tier 3 NPCs roaming around outside the temple itself, and even a Tier 5 Shadow Saint would not be able to penetrate the tight security here. Although this was not Shi Feng's first time visiting this War God's Temple, it was still his first time coming to the 9th floor of the temple. The Eternal Throne. Just the NPC guiding Shi Feng to this place was already a Tier 4 Glory Knight. In other cities, such an NPC would be an overlord-like existence that could cause others to tremble in fear. However, in this place, this NPC simply amounted to a guide. After entering the Eternal Throne, Shi Feng immediately discovered 1 purple throne and 9 golden thrones suspended in the center of the room. On the sides were 50 silver thrones. Aside from the empty purple throne, every other throne was occupied by a person. Moreover, these people were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. A single step of theirs could send tremors throughout the entire continent. However, among all these people, only one of them had a real body. The others were simply phantoms. Sitting in their thrones, these powerhouses quietly observed Shi Feng. Meanwhile, as the recipient of these gazes, Shi Feng could not help but feel that his life was no longer in his hands. His body felt incomparably heavy under these stares, and his back was also already drenched in sweat. This was the imposing aura of a true apex powerhouse. It was not something Tier 4 classes could ever hope of equaling. As expected of one of God's domain's strongest powers. To think they actually have so many apex powerhouses in their midst. Shi Feng was racked with emotion right now. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, this was the first time he personally witnessed the War God's Temple's true strength. What an interesting young man. However, I don't believe a little guy like you can accomplish that quest. This is something that involves the fate of the entire continent, after all. Since it is so, let us give this little guy a test. If he passes it, I believe that nobody here would have any other objections, right? A test? This lady likes it. Let's go with that. If he passes the test, I'll throw in my vote of support. If he fails, well, he'll already be dead at that point, so no punishment will be necessary. How are we going to test him? Obviously, we are going to activate the 12 trials. The 12 trials. I have only heard of it before and only treated it as a legend. The last time it was activated was more than 900 years ago. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to witness it being activated in my lifetime. I must really thank you, little guy. I do hope you can last a few rounds, though. Let this old man here widen my horizons. Chapter 287, 12 Trials. The occupants of the silver thrones voiced their opinions one after another, merrily deciding how they should deal with Shi Feng. Standing a short distance from the golden doors of this chamber, Shi Feng silently muttered, "Crap! Don't players have any human rights?" However, Shi Feng had no choice under the circumstances. The NPCs before him were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. Shi Feng was merely an ant in their eyes. It would be fortunate if they even decided to give him a few extra glances, not to mention involve him in their discussion. At this moment, a youth garbed in white robes, one of the occupants of the silver thrones, moved and instantly appeared before Shi Feng. Although this youth was simply standing in front of Shi Feng, showing no animosity whatsoever to Shi Feng, the formidable pressure Shi Feng felt from him was much more overwhelming than what he'd felt from White River City's Magistrate Weissman. This white-robed youth was none other than Eucharis, the Star Moon Temple Lord of the War God's Temple, whom Shi Feng had been instructed to look for. "Young man, we already know your reason for coming to this place. Although the Endless Abyss has indeed been unsealed, this is something that would have happened sooner or later. After all, no seal is eternal. In the face of time, everything is powerless. It is already good that the seal could suppress the Endless Abyss for hundreds of years. In the near future, we will join forces to suppress the Endless Abyss, preventing this matter from escalating. However, before we go and suppress it, we need to choose a person to collect the materials needed to reseal the Endless Abyss. However, this person must be a heaven-blessed person, and you just so happen to be one. Hence, we've decided to send you to collect the materials for us. Before we send you on your way, though, we need to first take a look at your potential. If you are no good, we will have no choice but to look for someone more suitable for the task." By heaven-blessed person, the NPC meant a player. In the NPC's settings, heaven-blessed people were immortal existences, as even if these individuals died, they could still revive shortly after. Hence, heaven-blessed people were the best candidates for collecting the materials needed for the seal. We have decided that your test will be the War God's Temple's 12 trials. You will be considered to have passed the test as long as you can clear 6 of the 12 trials. Of course, we won't make you go through the trials for nothing. As long as you can clear up to the second trial, you will be rewarded with 100 War God's Temple merit points. Also, the rewards will be doubled with every subsequent trial you clear. After you're done with a trial, you can use the treasury of the War God's Temple to exchange your merit points for treasures. You should know that the treasury of the War God's Temple contains the most treasure throughout God's domain. An ordinary secret silver ranked item only costs 200 merit points, while a fine gold ranked item costs 500 merit points, a dark gold ranked item costs 1,500 merit points, an epic ranked item costs 4,000 merit points, a fragmented legendary item costs 15,000 merit points, and lastly, a legendary item costs 60,000 merit points. If you have sufficient strength, you can even exchange for a divine artifact. However, that would require 200,000 merit points. While Eucharis was giving his explanation with a smile, Shifeng's heart was already pounding madly with excitement. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a legendary ranked main storyline quest was indeed amazing. The highest ranked item Shifeng had seen before was only of legendary rank. He had only heard rumors about divine artifacts. He had never personally seen one before. Now that he had the chance to actually see one, his gains from this trip to the War God's Temple was already plenty. However, Shifeng knew his own limits. Even a legendary item was already a luxury for him, not to mention a divine artifact. Shifeng did not even dare fancy the notion of owning one. He would be satisfied as long as he could take a look at it. Just as Shifeng was imagining what a divine artifact looked like, Eucharis started chanting some incantations, while drawing complex divine runes with his fingers. After Eucharis finished chanting, a pair of large golden doors appeared before him. There were 12 scenes carved into the dazzling golden doors, and each scene told of a cruel battle. When the doors parted, a very ancient and violent aura gushed forth from within, as if there was a ferocious primordial beast housed beyond those doors. Young man, the 12 trials lies beyond these gates. Go ahead, Eucharis said slowly as he pointed towards the golden doors. Shifeng nodded in reply. Step by step, he slowly walked towards and beyond the doors, soon vanishing from the eternal throne. Ha! That little guy sure is brave. Doesn't he know that the 12 trials is the cruelest trial of the War God's Temple? Eucharis, you're a devious bastard yourself as well. You actually used such a temptation against that little guy. Moreover, you've only mentioned the abundant rewards he could gain, but not the penalty for death. The merit points needed for the divine artifact. Even after saving for an entire lifetime, this old man still hasn't collected the necessary amount. If he wishes to obtain the divine artifact, at the very least, he needs to clear the 11th trial. Ever since the War God's Temple was established, from ancient times until now, only one person has ever managed to do so. However, that great personage was a mighty god who had saved the entire continent in the past. This lady has read plenty of ancient texts relating to the 12 trials. According to the information in those ancient texts, the majority of the people that had entered the trial only managed to clear up to the 3rd or 4th trial. Meanwhile, the ones that were capable of clearing up to the 6th trial were as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelin's horn. Eucharis, your requirement for him sure is high. Collecting the 7 treasures is a matter of great importance. Without sufficient strength, how can he expect to gather all of them? Besides, we can't afford to waste any energy on a weak little ant. Just as the occupants of the silver thrones were having another round of discussions among themselves, one of the occupants of the golden thrones, who had remained silent throughout the prior discussion, finally spoke. This matter is decided. Just as Eucharis has said, the old monsters sealed within the endless abyss are becoming restless. We can't afford to waste too much energy on a single weakling. If he can pass the 6th trial, I will lend him a hand as well. As you command, my lord. The occupants of the silver thrones could not help but feel astonished when they heard one of the lords of the golden throne speak. They never expected that this great personage would take action as well. This was a fortune that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. Soon after, Eucharis waved his hand, summoning a water screen into the eternal throne. The water screen that was suspended in midair showed the image of Shifeng, who was currently facing the 1st trial. Shifeng's current location was at the summit of a precipice. Aside from the 100-yard or so plateau available to him, he was surrounded on all sides by deep cliffs. In addition, The winds here were extremely violent, and a single misstep could send him plunging into the endless abyss. Shifeng quietly sat on a platform paved with stone slabs. Immediately, he discovered that, aside from the weapons and equipment he had on him, everything else he possessed was unusable. The powerful frost grenades could only lie quietly inside his bag. Even the magic scrolls Shifeng had prepared beforehand were completely useless, and the same went for recovery potions. Instantly, Shifeng's combat strength had been reduced sharply. It seems that these trials are meant to purely test my combat power. I wonder who my opponent will be? Shifeng took a look at his surroundings and failed to discover any monsters. He then thought to himself in bewilderment, "Don't tell me the monster is invisible?" Having thought up to this point, Shifeng immediately extended his 5 senses to their limits. Invisible monsters were not unusual in God's domain. In fact, some of the truly powerful monsters were even capable of serial teleportation. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Throne, the big shots of God's domain were excitedly observing Shifeng's trial. After all, it had been close to a millennium since the 12 trials had last been activated. None of the occupants of the silver thrones were that old yet, so they were naturally very curious about the 12 trials. I wonder who will be his first opponent. Though there are no records about it in the ancient texts, I did hear that the creatures inside the 12 trials are all primordial beasts that are extremely ferocious. However, this is only the first trial. That little guy isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman yet, so the monster's strength should be barely within the Tier 1 realm. Look, something's flying over. Chapter 288, Continuous Clearance. Primordial Beasts. In the God's domain of today, these creatures were either extremely rare, or had long since gone extinct. They were beings that one would not normally see. Now that the 12 trials had been activated, Shifeng would also have the fortune of meeting one. If he were at any other location, it would be extremely hard for him to meet a primordial beast. Above the stage of the first trial, a blurred figure slowly descended from the skies, remaining unperturbed even in the face of the turbulent winds of this realm. This gigantic figure landed at the center of the stage, towering over the tiny Shifeng. With the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion, this monster was none other than the king of the skies, a griffin. Griffin, elite rank. Level 20. HP 30,000/30,000. I didn't expect a griffin would be so big. Just its wingspan alone is over 20 meters. Shifeng did not hurry into action. Instead, he took his time carefully observing the griffin. He was currently within a trial. The monsters in here were completely different from their counterparts in the outside world. Not only would the monsters inside a trial possess a large variety of skills, their basic attributes would also be much higher. Most importantly, their intelligence would also be higher. They would not follow a set pattern when they fought. However, the griffin did not provide Shifeng with too much time to think. With a piercing cry, the griffin flapped its wings, generating a violent gale. Instantly, 2 tornadoes over 3 meters in height swept toward Shifeng, and where the blades of wind passed, everything shattered. Using a skill right off the bat? As expected, this griffin isn't an ordinary monster. Revealing a faint smile, Shifeng's figure flashed, swiftly withdrawing from the attack range of the 2 tornadoes. Following which, he activated silent steps, instantly appearing behind the griffin. Before the king of the skies could react, the pitch-black abyssal blade turned into multiple streaks of black, slashing down at the griffin's wings. Like snowflakes, the griffin's snowy white feathers fluttered onto the now blood-stained ground. Ow! Oh! The griffin let out an agonized roar, damages of over -400 points appearing above its head, one after another. The attacks that achieved a critical hit had even dealt over -800 damage. Immediately afterward, Shifeng followed up with a level 10 chop, his sword slicing off a large chunk from one of the griffin's wings, completely crippling it. Meanwhile, the Griffin instantly lost over 1,900 HP from the attack. From this short exchange, the Griffin had already lost 16% of its total HP. Furthermore, with one of its wings now crippled, it could not fly even if it wanted to. The gap in strength was obvious in a single glance. Against a sure Feng who had over 200 points in agility, a flightless Griffin would only amount to a sitting duck. Following which, Sure Feng constantly shuttled around the Griffin, sending streak after streak of black radiance stabbing into the Griffin's body. However, Sure Feng only used basic attacks throughout all this. This way he would not be affected by the awkward movements consequent to using a skill, which would hinder his ability to dodge. Moreover, Sure Feng's attacks were extremely accurate. Every one of his attacks would land either on a vital point of the Griffin or at a joint that would affect the Griffin's movements, making it even harder for the Griffin to strike him. Although every hit Sure Feng landed only caused around -400 damage, after a dozen or so seconds passed, the ferocious Griffin fell. System: Griffin defeated. First trial completed. Rewarding 100,000 EXP and 5 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: First trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The trial even rewards free mastery points? How wonderful! When Sure Feng saw the rewards he received, a faint smile appeared on his face. After sheathing the abyssal blade and the demon bane back into their scabbards, he clicked yes to start the next trial. Although the monsters of the trial were indeed powerful, they were barely worth mentioning when compared to Sure Feng's attributes and equipment. He cleared it, and with such ease as well. Not bad. Although he hasn't yet officially become a Tier 1 swordsman, his combat power is already at that tier. It is only natural that he is able to kill the Griffin. If this continues, he should be able to get through the first 3 trials without any problems. From the 4th trial onwards, however, things won't be as easy anymore. That's right. The 12 trials would undergo a change in level once every 3 trials. The monsters would also receive a huge increase in combat power between levels. The 1st to 3rd trials will be basic level, while the 4th to 6th trials will be intermediate level, the 7th to 9th trials will be the advanced level, and the 10th to 12th trials will be the peak level. My bet is that the kid will hit his limit once he reaches the 5th trial. The people within the Eternal Throne were all apex powerhouses, and their eyes were well tempered by experience. After watching only one of Sure Feng's battles, they could already make a relatively clear judgment. Indeed, just like the big shots of the War God's Temple had guessed. The stage for the 2nd trial was a Sylvan setting, and Sure Feng's opponent this time was the moon-howling silver wolf. Inside a forest, this monster was an alpha predator. Similar to the Griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. Although it, too, was a Tier 1 primordial beast, unlike the Griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was much stronger on land. Its physical attacks were much more powerful, and its reaction speed was also much faster than the Griffin's. However, as if to replicate the scene from the 1st trial, Sure Feng immediately activated silent steps and arrived at the hind leg of the moon-howling silver wolf. Again, similar to the time with the Griffin, Sure Feng slashed his swords down at the wolf's hind legs, crippling them and greatly reducing the monster's movement speed. Following which, Sure Feng simply kited the moon-howling silver wolf with the blazing meteor. Before 30 seconds had passed, the moon-howling silver wolf fell. System: Moon-howling silver wolf defeated. 2nd trial completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 points. System: 2nd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately after, a golden glow surrounded Sure Feng's body, signifying his rise to level 19. Sure Feng then placed all 6 of his newly obtained free attribute points into strength, increasing the attribute to 180 points and activating basic destructive power, the hidden passive skill for strength. Now, Sure Feng's bare hands were capable of destroying a bronze-ranked item. In other words, Shifeng's unarmed attacks could damage bronze-ranked weapons and equipment, reducing their durability and eventually destroying them. Originally, Shifeng had intended to place all 6 of his free attribute points into intelligence. However, he wanted to increase his combat power for the sake of the trial, even if it was only by a small amount. Soon after, Shifeng clicked yes, and started the next trial. The third trial's monster was a blue-eyed spider, while the stage for the third trial was a location completely befitting a spider, inside a dark cave. Fortunately, there was no change to the blue-eyed spider's level despite Shifeng's rise to level 19. Similar to the previous 2 monsters, it was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. However, the blue-eyed spider was much stronger than the moon-howling silver wolf, though not in terms of attack power and movement speed. Instead, the blue-eyed spider had its highly potent venom and its tough and sticky silk. It also possessed superb eyesight. Even if its surroundings were pitch black, the blue-eyed spider would still be able to see clearly, as if it were daytime. Moreover, its eyes also provided it with a 360-degree field of vision without any gaps in between. Shifeng carefully looked around. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, his range of visibility was limited to a maximum range of 5 yards. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider could easily spot any attempt Shifeng made to attack from a distance of 30 to 40 yards, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Shifeng. Interesting. However, Shifeng did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his lips curled up slightly. If it were any other player here, they might have to fight a bitter battle if they did not possess any supportive tools. Unfortunately, not me. Suddenly, a deep blue flame appeared in Shifeng's hand, lighting up the surrounding area. The scorching flame also caused the freezing temperatures inside the cave to rise sharply. Nevertheless, this was still not the end. The ice-blue devil flame in Shifeng's hand quickly expanded and enveloped his body, completely covering him in a layer of deep blue flames. At this moment, Shifeng looked just like a god of fire, the flames on his body brightly illuminating the entire cave. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider's position had also been clearly revealed. Chapter 289, Silver-Eyed Lion King. The blue-eyed spider lived in darkness all year round. Hence, its eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, could not adapt at all when the dazzling flames suddenly illuminated the entire cave. The blue-eyed spider was just like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed spider, which had previously had the upper hand, was placed in an unfavorable situation. On the other hand, Shifeng, who had summoned the ice-blue devil flame, could now deal 20% more damage, and his fire and ice-type attacks would also have an additional 40% damage, instantly breaking out of his disadvantageous position. While the blue-eyed spider was still incapacitated, Shifeng used silent steps and arrived over 20 yards behind the 8-legged monster. With the power of thunder and flames coating its length, the abyssal blade smashed into the blue-eyed spider's body. -1,836. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the blue-eyed spider's charred head. The attack had also placed it in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Shifeng then followed up the attack with a thundering flash and a normal attack. -634, -1,751, -1,087, -1,169. After suffering this series of attacks, the blue-eyed spider finally broke out of its stupor. However, it only had 72% of its HP remaining now. The blue-eyed spider was furious. Rotating its body, it spat a stream of dark green venom at Shifeng. Having long since anticipated such an attack, Shifeng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack completely. He then activated Windwalk and escaped. Shifeng knew full well how frightening the blue-eyed spider could be. Its venom attack just now was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deadliest feature of the monster was the poisonous gas emitted by its venom. If he stood his ground to fight the blue-eyed spider, the end result would be obvious: he would inevitably die of poisoning. Meanwhile, Shifeng's purpose in using Thundering Flash on the blue-eyed spider was simply to inflict the damage amplification effect on the monster. He would then kite it using the blazing meteor. Shortly after, one by one, fiery red needles streaked through the air and pierced the blue-eyed spider's body. Although the blue-eyed spider was very skilled at dodging and blocking attacks, Shifeng still managed to land 2 out of every 3 hits thanks to precision throw, the special skill he obtained back at the Steel Fortress Barusha. Moreover, his attacks would occasionally trigger the quadruple phantom effect of the blazing meteor, instantly causing 4-600 damages to appear above the blue-eyed spider. When his luck was good, he would also trigger the burning flames effect. When the effect stacked up to 5 times, combined with the amplification effects of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the debuff caused -1,600 damage every second to the blue-eyed spider. The damage of this debuff was even higher than Shifeng's melee damage. However, such an occurrence was only natural. Although magic weapons were amazing, before they were fully released, they would still be far from comparable to a pseudo-extraordinary item. Meanwhile, aside from Venom Attack, the only other ranged attack the blue-eyed spider possessed was Silk Bind. However, these 2 skills were simply superfluous when used against Shifeng. Shifeng simply made an effortless sidestep to dodge these attacks, and with a flick of his wrist, he would send yet another needle into the blue-eyed spider. Following which, the blue-eyed spider's HP bar constantly decreased. 62%, 45%, 33%, 20%. Within a few moments, the blue-eyed spider died at Shifeng's hands as well. System: Blue-eyed spider defeated. 3rd trial completed. Rewarding 1 million EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 100 points. System: 3rd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 1 million EXP just for clearing the 3rd trial? The system sure is generous. The difficulty for the first 3 trials isn't that high, though. It seems that the truly difficult part would start from the 4th trial onwards. I should take a rest and get my mental state back to peak condition for now. Despite having effortlessly cleared the first 3 trials, Shifeng did not believe, even for a second, that a legendary ranked main storyline quest could be so easily completed. Although Shifeng did not possess a good understanding of the 12 trials, it was still established as one part of a legendary quest. Its difficulty would definitely be high. The passing requirement was for Shifeng to clear up to the 6th trial. Yet, the difficulty of the first 3 trials was not particularly high. According to combat power, the monsters Shifeng had faced were only at the basic level of a Tier 1 monster. Hence, the truly difficult part was definitely the 4th to 6th trials. Shifeng had always been a careful person. Hence, he intended to make ample preparations. Inside the Eternal Throne, the many Apex powerhouses there had been slightly surprised by Shifeng's battle. That was a Tier 2 mysterious flame, the Ice Blue Devil Flame. It seems that the kid is still hiding his strength. It seems he really does have a chance at clearing the 6th trial. Based on his current strength, from the 4th trial onwards, he should be facing intermediate-level Tier 1 primordial beasts. In terms of combat power, the kid is already at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Since the primordial beast that would appear in the 6th trial will be at the peak of intermediate Tier 1, he should have a 30% chance of defeating it with his current combat power. The big shots sitting in the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered an interesting matter. Although he could not use any potions or magic scrolls, he could still eat food made from cooking to boost his attributes. It was a good choice to let Violet Cloud continue pursuing the chef subclass. Shifeng smiled. After Zero Wings Workshop was established, Shifeng had given Violet Cloud a very high salary. The salary was much higher than what Violet Cloud earned from selling her cooking products. There was no need for her to continue on the path of a chef. However, Violet Cloud had chosen to continue cooking, giving the reason that it had already become a habit of sorts. Moreover, Violet Cloud herself loved cooking, and currently, She was already an advanced chef. She was not far away from being promoted to a master chef. Now, not only could the delicious steaks she cooked increase the consumer's HP regeneration rate while in a non-combat state, it could also provide an additional buff that increased the consumer's strength by 10% for 10 minutes. To others, a 10% increase in the strength attribute might not amount to much. However, to Shi Feng, who currently had 180 points in strength, that would mean an additional 18 points in strength, which was also equivalent to an additional 36 points in attack power. Overall, the effect of the delicious steak provided Shi Feng with a significant increase in combat power. After Shi Feng was rested, he clicked yes to start the fourth trial. Soon after, Shi Feng was teleported to a grassy plain. Taking a look at his surroundings, Shi Feng quickly discovered a lion with a golden mane lazily sprawled across a large boulder, its stout tail swishing around in a leisurely manner. However, Shi Feng's arrival had obviously alerted it. When this golden-maned lion stood up, its height exceeded 5 meters. A chill flashed in the lion's silver eyes as it raised its eyelids. In the next moment, the lush, green grass beneath its paws was frozen solid. The grassy plains had also been instantly transformed into an icy hell, the green landscape turning snow-white. Silver-Eyed Lion King, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100, 000/100, 000. The difficulty of the fourth trial was clearly much greater than the third trial. Amazing! As expected of the primordial beast of the fourth trial, it is actually capable of affecting its surroundings, transforming its environment into the ideal territory for it to fight in. Shi Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his 10 years of experience playing God's Domain, Shi Feng had very rarely encountered such a monster. However, the icy hell had minimal effect on Shi Feng. After activating the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the icy hell instantly returned to its original state. Just like that, the Silver-Eyed Lion's environmental advantage was easily vanquished by Shi Feng. Although the Silver-Eyed Lion had lost its advantage, its innate strength and destructive power was still high. With a swipe of its paws, a large pit was formed in the grassland and gravel flew all over the place. Before Shi Feng could get a good grasp of the situation, he was hit by the shockwave ensuing from the impact of its claws and instantly lost 621 HP. What terrifying strength! Just the shockwave of its attack could already deal over -600 damage to me. If I received a direct hit from its claws, the damage will definitely be in the thousands. Although Shi Feng had been caught off guard by the Silver-Eyed Lion, he did not freeze in place. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and escaped. If he fought a direct battle against the Silver-Eyed Lion, there was no question that he would die. Although Shi Feng could avoid the Silver-Eyed Lion's claws in a head-on confrontation, if its claws battered the ground just like before, the resulting shockwave would propagate over at least an 8-yard radius. Shi Feng would have no way of dodging the shockwave at all. Also, Shi Feng only had a little more than 2,400 HP in total. He would last only a few hits at best. Chapter 290, Simultaneous Advancement. The Silver-Eyed Lion King roared furiously when it saw Shi Feng running away. Focusing its eyes on Shi Feng, the Silver-Eyed Lion King abruptly pushed against the ground with its robust and powerful legs. Like a violent gale, its body shot forth directly at Shi Feng. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Shi Feng had a clear advantage over the Silver-Eyed Lion King. The distance between Shi Feng and the Silver-Eyed Lion King gradually grew as the chase continued. However, if Shi Feng started his kiting maneuver, the Silver-Eyed Lion King would quickly close this distance. Under a situation where he was not allowed to use potions to recover his HP, Shi Feng's only recovery method was his innate battle recovery. However, he would only recover 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. Based on Shi Feng's total HP, he would only recover around 24 HP every 5 seconds. If he wished to recover the 600 plus HP he'd lost, he needed to spend a relatively long period of time to do so. Fortunately, I'm a tad faster than it. The stage this time also covers a large area, so I can run around without any worries. Otherwise, I will really lose my life this time. Shi Feng sent a casual glance at the silver-eyed Lion King, while majority of his attention was focused on the surrounding terrain. God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games in that it was much more realistic than the others. One could say that a player's combat power was responsible for only around 50% of a battle's outcome. Meanwhile, 40% was due to environmental factors, while the remaining 10% was up to luck. Luck was something filled with uncertainties, so there was no need to place much consideration into it. As for the 50% combat power and 40% environmental factors, how much a player could grasp them was an important indicator of how skilled a player was. A normal expert could only exhibit around 50% of their personal combat power. In God's Domain, the main God system would be the one responsible for evaluating and making the final judgment on a player's personal combat power. This method of calculation was the most credible way to judge a player's personal combat power. As to how it was calculated, only the main God system knew this. Currently, however, the main God system would not show players how much their personal combat power was, and how much of it they could actually exhibit. Once the first 100-man team dungeon was successfully raided, the second evolution of God's Domain would be activated. After the second evolution, a teleportation gate to the Divine Colosseum would appear in every city. When players entered the Divine Colosseum, they could compete and battle against other players there. Not only could they obtain equipment there, they could also upgrade and improve their combat techniques. It was also due to this reason that the fights in God's Domain became extremely popular. As more time passed, the popularity of fights in God's Domain would even grow to surpass that of the fighting competitions in the real world. Those who were capable of exhibiting over 50% of their personal combat power would be considered normal experts. Meanwhile, players that could exhibit over 60% would be considered second-rate experts. Once a player could exhibit 70%, they would be considered first-rate experts. If one could exhibit more than 85% of their personal combat power, then they would be considered apex experts. A majority of the players within this category were famous experts of God's Domain, and they would often participate in the international competition that was held only once a year by the developers of God's Domain. They were, without a doubt, the most popular individuals in God's Domain. Back in the days when Shi Feng was still a Tier 3 Sword King, although he was not comparable to these great experts of God's Domain, he had still been categorized a first-rate expert since he could exhibit around 80% of his personal combat power. However, compared to exhibiting his personal combat power, Shi Feng was much stronger in terms of observing and utilizing his surroundings. Currently, in terms of combat power, Shi Feng was about equal to the Silver-Eyed Lion King. However, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's HP was many times greater than Shi Feng's. Without taking into consideration the environmental factors, Shi Feng would definitely die if he chose to clash head-on with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. If Shi Feng had met the Silver-Eyed Lion King under normal circumstances, he would simply accept his death. At worst, he would just lose a single level. However, the current situation he was in did not allow him to do so. This was a trial given by his quest. There was no second chance for him, and his death would also signify the end of the quest. Hence, he absolutely could not die right now. After running for over a dozen minutes, Shi Feng arrived at a hill. As for the Silver-Eyed Lion King, it was still far from catching up to Shi Feng. Shi Feng wandered around this hill for a while and eventually discovered a cliff. Immediately, Shi Feng's eyes glowed and his lips curled up in a smile. At last, I've found the key to victory. Shi Feng chuckled lightly. He then activated Windwalk, dashing towards the edge of the cliff. Originally, Shi Feng could have used this period of time to increase the gap between him and the Silver-Eyed Lion King even further. However, Shi Feng chose not to do so because he wanted to find a favorable terrain to deal with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. A minute later, Shi Feng stood at the edge of the cliff. Below him was a large gorge. This height should be sufficient. Shi Feng made some mental calculations and felt that his plan was feasible. After several more seconds passed, the silver-eyed Lion King finally caught up. Just as the silver-eyed Lion King leapt into the air, its razor-sharp claws about to slash Shi Feng's head, Shi Feng jumped, dodging the attack completely. In the next moment, the silver-eyed Lion King's paws smashed into the cliff. Boom! The ground beneath Shi Feng and the silver-eyed Lion King was destroyed, both man and beast plunging towards the very bottom of the cliff. Just as Shi Feng's body was about to hit the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body instantly becoming as light as a feather. Immediately, Shi Feng's rate of descent dropped sharply. The silver-eyed Lion King, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. When its body hit the ground, a large crater was formed from the impact. Still not dead? You're quite durable, aren't you? Shi Feng commented as he looked at the silver-eyed Lion King that was embedded into the ground. Right now, the silver-eyed Lion King only had a thread of its HP left. You've already dug your own grave, so you might as well stay in it. Shi Feng unceremoniously sent a thundering flash at the monster. 3 arcs of lightning streaked into the silver-eyed Lion King, taking away its remaining 1,000 or so HP. Before, if Shi Feng had chosen to jump down the cliff first, the silver-eyed Lion King definitely wouldn't have followed suit. Its intelligence was not that low, after all. Instead, it would simply have taken a detour down the cliff. Hence, Shi Feng had chosen to borrow the silver-eyed Lion King's immense destructive power to destroy the edge of the cliff. That way, there was no doubt the silver-eyed Lion King would be caught unawares. System: Silver-eyed Lion King defeated. 4th trial completed. Rewarding 3 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System: 4th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 3 million EXP? Isn't this reward a little too lavish? Shi Feng was immediately shocked by the system's reward. He had only recently risen to level 19. Yet now, he was already close to welcoming level 20. Moreover, after the 4th trial, Shi Feng's War God's Temple merit points were already at 700 points. He could now afford to exchange for 1 fine gold ranked item and 1 secret silver ranked item. And as long as he cleared the 5th trial, he could obtain another 800 merit points. The points in that round alone trumped those from all the previous rounds combined. He would then be able to afford to exchange for either 1 dark gold ranked item or 3 fine gold ranked items. After a short rest, Shi Feng clicked yes again and started the 5th trial. The stage of the 5th trial was set in a desert. Meanwhile, the primordial beast that would serve as his opponent in this trial was a monstrosity that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake as its tail. The moment this monster noticed Shi Feng's entry into its territory, its crimson red eyes immediately squinted, a hint of excitement leaking out from them. Chimera! Shi Feng was surprised. Without even needing to use observing eyes on the monster before him, Shi Feng already knew what it was. After all, he had fought this monster countless times in the past. A chimera was the final boss of a 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shi Feng and the team he led had suffered defeat after defeat under the hands of the chimera. Only after experiencing innumerable team wipes did they manage to finally kill it. Hence, Shi Feng had a very deep impression of chimeras. Chimera, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 120,000/120,000. The chimera was a monster Shi Feng was extremely familiar with. Shi Feng knew both the strengths and weaknesses of a chimera like the back of his hand. A chimera could spit fire from its mouth, and its strength was comparable to the silver-eyed Lion King. Meanwhile, the snake that acted as the chimera's tail was equivalent to another monster entirely. The snake boasted powerful venom attacks. If players were struck by the chimera's flames after being poisoned by its tail, they would die with 100% certainty. However, the chimera also possessed a fatal weakness: poison. Shi Feng immediately activated Windwalk. Faced with the Chimera's sharp claws and venom attacks, Shi Feng chose only to dodge and not retaliate. After the venom spat out by the Chimera's tail started spreading and emitting a poisonous gas into the surroundings, Shi Feng finally took action. Without hesitation, Shi Feng charged into the poisonous fog, with the Chimera following closely behind him. The moment Shi Feng stepped into the poisonous fog, he was inflicted with a poison debuff, losing 200 HP every second. However, Shi Feng paid no mind to the debuff. After he ran out of the poisonous fog, he spun his body around and threw the blazing meteor. When the blazing needle entered the poisonous fog, the vivid green fog instantly turned into a dark green. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The explosion promptly sent the Chimera, which was still standing inside the poisonous fog, flying. The monster lost over 10,000 HP from the explosion, and it was placed in a momentary crippled state. Taking advantage of this change, Shi Feng launched a barrage of attacks at the Chimera. By the time the Chimera had recovered from its crippled state, Shi Feng had already taken an additional 6,000 or so HP away from it. Furious, the Chimera charged at Shi Feng, while the latter started evading the Chimera's attacks once more, biding his time while he waited for the next poisonous fog to form. After repeating this process several times, the battle finally came to an end. Although Shi Feng had only around 400 HP remaining, the Chimera had already fallen at his feet. System: Chimera defeated. 5th trial completed. Rewarding 6 million EXP, 20 free mastery points and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System: 5th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately, Shi Feng's experience bar rose to 62% of level 20. He was not far away from reaching level 21. Although Shi Feng was slightly stronger now after allocating his free attribute points, he still felt that the next trial would be extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that Shi Feng was familiar with the Chimera's habits, he would have definitely died in the 5th trial. Meanwhile, the monster in the 6th trial would definitely be much stronger than the Chimera. It would be fortunate if the monster that appeared in the 6th trial was something Shi Feng was familiar with. However, what would he do if it was a monster he had never seen before? Most likely, death would be his only ending. Shi Feng would not rely on luck to decide such an important matter for him. Hence, Shi Feng did not immediately start the 6th trial after he was rested this time. Instead, he called out his attribute panel, choosing to use the free mastery points he had reserved all this time. One-handed sword mastery. Intermediate apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required, 50. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 15%. Advanced apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required, 100. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 20%. Basic swordsman. Mastery points required, 150. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 30%. There is a 5% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Intermediate swordsman. Mastery points required, 200. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 40%. There is a 10% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Normally, even after players were promoted into a Tier 1 swordsman, their one-handed sword or two-handed sword mastery would only be at the intermediate apprentice swordsman rank. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had received a total of 65 free mastery points from clearing the first 5 trials. In addition to the points he had received from completing quests and the points that were rewarded once every 5 levels, he now had a total of 168 unused free mastery points. After Shi Feng used up all his free mastery points, his one-handed sword mastery had reached the rank of a basic swordsman. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this result. Following which, he retrieved the level 20 dark gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, which he had previously bought at the Blackwing auction house, from his bag and swapped out the level 15 Demon Bane. Let's start the devouring process then. Shi Feng looked at the pitch-black abyssal blade in his hand. He then offered the 10 level 15 mysterious iron weapons, which he had prepared at an earlier date, and the level 15 Demon Bane as sacrifices to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. Although it was unfortunate that he did not possess 10 level 15 secret silver weapons to use as a sacrifice, the legendary quest was of utmost importance. He could not afford even the slightest misstep, and it was necessary for him to utilize all available avenues. Chapter 291: The Beginning of Greatness. In order to increase the Abyssal Blade's potential, Shi Feng had intended to gather 10 level 15 fine gold weapons to serve as a sacrifice. Hence, he had deliberately kept the Abyssal Blade at level 10 all this time. Now, however, he no longer had the leeway to do so. The Abyssal Blade started exuding a dark fog, which immediately charged at the sacrificial weapons Shi Feng had prepared. Within 3 seconds, even the incomparably hard Demon Bane, a dark gold-ranked one-handed sword, had been turned into dark fog and was absorbed by the Abyssal Blade. After the Abyssal Blade had finished devouring the sacrificial weapons, the weapon was no longer completely pitch-black in appearance. Golden divine runes appeared on the blade of the sword, giving off a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, the entire blade itself had also become silvery gray. When Shi Feng casually brandished the Abyssal Blade, slashing it through the air, the feeling he got was like he was cutting a transparent sheet of paper. Sharp. Shi Feng looked at the Abyssal Blade in his hand, astonishment filling his eyes. If he combined such sharpness with the basic destructive power passive skill, even without the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he could still easily destroy mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Secret silver ranked items would also last only a while longer. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 211. All attributes plus 25. Attack speed plus 8. Ignore levels plus 8. Attacks have 35% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to cause 300% damage. 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 15. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons and 1 level 20 secret silver weapon to upgrade to level 20. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 55% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 45% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. As expected of a magic weapon. Even though only 10 mysterious iron weapons and 1 dark gold weapon were used as its sacrifice, Its new attack power is even higher than a dark gold weapon of the same level. This attack power could already rival a dark gold ranked two-handed sword. Shi Feng smiled in satisfaction. The level 15 dark gold ranked Demon Bane only had 183 attack power. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Blade had 211 attack power. It was far stronger than the Demon Bane. Not to mention, the other attributes and skills of the Abyssal Blade had also received a significant improvement from the upgrade this time around. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Blade was still far from being a match for the Purgatory's Shadow, a level 20 dark gold ranked one-handed sword. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack power plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. Attacks have 20% chance to cause 300% damage. 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. However, this could not be helped. Level 20 weapons and equipment were essentially more powerful than level 15 ones. At level 20, players could take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class. Hence, level 20 weapons and equipment would all be significantly stronger. Although the attack power has improved greatly, it won't be enough to get me through the 6th trial. Shi Feng knew that a player's combat power could not simply be measured through their attack power alone. An increase in attack power only meant that the damage players dealt would be higher than before. Meanwhile, combat power was the synthesis of various other factors such as strength, agility, endurance, and other basic attributes. Skill level was also a factor to consider. Even if Shi Feng multiplied his current attack power by 3 to 4 times, his HP would still be tens of times lower than the monster in the 6th trial. If he could not dodge the monster's attacks, he would still lose his life after taking a few hits. So, an increase in attack power would not bring too great an increase to his overall combat power. A player was just like a wooden bucket that was used to collect water. How strong they were depended not on their strengths but their weaknesses. Shi Feng called out the system interface. As Eucharis had already opened up the exchange system of the War God's Temple's treasury for Shi Feng, he could now directly exchange his merit points through the system. Shi Feng immediately used 1,500 merit points to exchange for a level 20 dark gold weapon. He then took out another 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons from his bag. There were plenty of mysterious iron weapons stored inside the guild warehouse. Moreover, during the past few days, while Shi Feng, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance were trapped within the Forgotten Lands, Blackie and the others had kept themselves busy raiding level 20, 5-man party dungeons to level up and obtain materials and equipment. They were making preparations to challenge the level 20, 10-man Great Dungeon. During this process, they had obtained plenty of level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Currently, Zero Wing possessed the most level 20 weapons and equipment out of all the guilds in White River City. With such a large supply, Shi Feng had set aside some of the level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment with the weakest performance for future use. However, he had never thought he would get to put them to good use so quickly. Following which, Shi Feng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more. In God's domain, level 20 was considered a large threshold. Just like the time the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 10, it would receive a large improvement when it was upgraded to level 20. Now, whether or not Shi Feng could clear the next trial would rely solely on the performance of the level 20 Abyssal Blade. The devouring process this time was clearly different from when the Abyssal Blade got upgraded to level 15. After devouring the offerings, the Abyssal Blade erupted and let loose a dragon's roar. The sky and earth trembled in the face of this mighty roar. Immediately after, the Abyssal Blade broke free from Shi Feng's grasp and floated in midair. Boom! The Abyssal Blade exploded, transforming into a black tornado. The surroundings went deathly still as if with bated breath. As the black tornado dissipated, a gigantic figure emerged in its place. This figure was none other than the phantom of the Black Dragon King that Shi Feng had previously seen. However, compared to the first time Shi Feng had seen it, the phantom that appeared this time was much more vivid. Moreover, the destructive aura it emitted was far stronger than before. Even when he was faced with the apex powerhouses back at the Eternal Throne, Shi Feng had not been so scared. Of course, this disparity was also due to the fact that those big shots had been intentionally suppressing their auras. At this moment, the Black Dragon King's phantom, which was several hundred meters in height, actually turned to look at Shi Feng and revealed a human-like sneer. Soon after, the phantom dissipated and transformed back into the abyssal blade. As the sword landed, its blade stabbed deep into the earth before Shi Feng, with only its hilt remaining above ground. Some time passed before Shi Feng gradually recovered from his stupor. He then slowly extended his hand and pulled out the abyssal blade. The appearance of the abyssal blade had greatly changed after being upgraded. The entire sword was now silvery gray in color, and it exuded a faint, black aura of death. The image of a black dragon could also be seen fading in and out of existence on the blade of the sword. Meanwhile, the image of a dragon had also been carved out of the hilt of the abyssal blade. There were small black chains wrapped around the hilt as well, seemingly acting as a seal for the dragon. Have I just done something I shouldn't have? Shi Feng wondered, laughing bitterly as he looked at the lifelike dragon sculpture. Everything was playing out just as Faust, the legendary character Shi Feng had met back at the Star River Valley, had said. A magic weapon was a double-edged sword. As one allowed the magic weapon to grow in strength, the curse contained within it would also grow stronger. Meanwhile, the wielder would sooner or later be devoured by the strength of the magic weapon. Chapter 292, Black Emperor. Extraordinary strength comes from an extraordinary will. This was the only advice Faust had given Shi Feng. After Shi Feng grasped the abyssal blade, which had undergone a huge change in its appearance, he could fully feel the terrifying strength contained within the sword itself. It was like the sword was alive. Shi Feng could even feel pulsations when he gripped the hilt of the abyssal blade. It felt as if the Black Dragon King was roaring inside the abyssal blade and likely to break through its seals at any given time. Such powerful attributes. When Shi Feng checked the attributes of the abyssal blade, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at them. The abyssal blade was definitely the best weapon below epic rank Shi Feng had seen. Even the blazing meteor, which had been crafted by the forging genius Celiora, was not its match. Currently, based on the abyssal blade's attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to label the sword a pseudo-extraordinary item. Provided that he could continue upgrading it, it would reach the epic rank standard before long. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 302. All attributes plus 30. Attack speed plus 10. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 40% chance to cause 200% damage. 15% chance to cause 300% damage. 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 20. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 25 secret silver weapons and 1 level 25 fine gold weapon to upgrade to level 25. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 40% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 18 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. As expected of a magic weapon. It really doesn't disappoint. Even epic weapons rarely have profound inheritances attached to them. Now, before even reaching the standard of an epic weapon, it already possesses a profound inheritance. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief after carefully reading through the introduction of the Black Emperor. With it, he should not have any problems facing the 6th trial. Profound inheritances were rarely seen during the early stages of God's domain. They only started becoming widely known during the middle stages of the game. Inheritances and skills were different. In God's domain, the skills provided to each class were made to accommodate the masses of players, so there was no sense of individuality to them. To put it another way, instead of skills being made to cater to the individual player, players were required to adapt themselves to pre-made skills, regardless of the suitability of said skills. Meanwhile, inheritances could be used by players to create their own unique method of attacking, allowing more freedom in their fighting styles. It could also further increase a player's combat power. The most basic of inheritances in God's domain would enhance a player's skills, such as increasing the skill's damage or altering the effects of said skill to allow a more flexible fighting style. As for the more advanced inheritances, not only would they alter a player's skills, they could also increase a player's attributes. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor inheritance clearly belonged to this category. If others were to see the attributes on the Abyssal Blade, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground in shock. Some would even harbor thoughts of owning it for themselves. An organization like Underworld, which had been continuously gathering all kinds of powerful items, would definitely not hesitate to use unscrupulous means to take possession of the Abyssal Blade. In today's society, virtual gaming had already become one of the world's main forms of entertainment. The emergence of God's domain had further solidified the position of virtual reality games in people's lives. Currently, the average person would spend close to half of their day living inside God's domain. It was also due to this reason that players all wished to live a better and more respectable life in God's domain. After all, life in God's domain was just like another part of their own lives. However, unlike their lives in the real world, their lives in the virtual world were much purer and simpler. Generally, they only needed good weapons, equipment, and influence in the game. At this current age, players' pursuit of virtual items was no less than women's pursuit of luxury goods. After all, in the eyes of average players, weapons and equipment were the representation of strength. Gorgeous-looking weapons and equipment that allowed one to have amazing damage output were all the envy of average players. High-level weapons and equipment were symbols of strength in God's domain, and countless players pursued them. It was also the reason why many players were willing to spend hundreds and thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands of credits to purchase these powerful items. Some wealthy youths that were born with a golden spoon would even spend several millions without blinking just to obtain a powerful item. These people were willing to go to such lengths because, with powerful weapons and equipment, they could experience the pleasure of being superior to others. In the case of a magic weapon like the Abyssal Blade, it wouldn't be impossible for it to sell for an astronomical price of several tens of millions. Shi Feng recalled that 1 year after God's Domain's official launch in the past, a legendary item had appeared in the world auction, which was held in the real world. At that time, the legendary item had been sold off for 60 million credits. The price had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Shortly after the auction, however, the person who sold the legendary item immediately regretted that decision. There was only a limited number of legendary items throughout the entire God's Domain, and every single one of them was considered a strategic weapon by guilds. Just by owning one, a player could easily get through their Tier 4 or even Tier 5 class promotions. Meanwhile, the value of a Tier 5 powerhouse could reach up to tens of billions of credits. The reason being, when a guild gave birth to a Tier 5 powerhouse, the guild would have the ability to conquer 2 or 3 additional cities that could each hold a population of several million people. Of course, the Abyssal Blade was still incapable of rivaling a legendary weapon at present. It wasn't even at the level of an epic weapon yet. However, it was what Shi Feng currently needed the most. For Shi Feng, several hundred points of additional attributes weren't as beneficial a powerful skill. And the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to fit the bill. Shi Feng had learned many powerful skills. However, all of them possessed the same fatal weakness. All of them possessed explosive power, but none of them possessed any staying power. Maybe this weakness wouldn't be a problem when these skills were used inside a dungeon or against players with poor equipment. After all, when going against players with poor equipment, Shi Feng did not even need to use up all the skills in his arsenal to finish them off. He could simply overwhelm them with superior attributes, and not even techniques would be required. Meanwhile, when inside dungeons, he would have MTs to tank the monsters at the front lines, healers to heal him from behind, and many other players to support him. He only needed to survive and wait for the cooldown of his skills to end before starting the next volley of attacks. But when fighting against monsters or players that were equal in strength with him, just a short burst of damage would not carry him to victory. Without sustainability, he would be trampled by his opponent after his short burst. Just take Absolute Heaven for example. When he had ambushed Shi Feng, after his series of attacks had been defended against by Shi Feng, the only other thing Absolute Heaven could do was to escape. Unless Absolute Heaven had a method to take advantage of his opponent's weakness, only death awaited him. Following the upgrade of the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng sank into deep contemplation for more than 2 hours, thinking of ways to incorporate the Black Emperor inheritance into his fighting style. Now, he felt much more confident about clearing the 6th trial. Let's see what kind of monster is awaiting me in the 6th trial, then. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. Stretching his finger, he tapped Yes on the system interface and started the next trial. Chapter 293, Balrog Serpent. Inside the Eternal Throne, the apex powerhouses of the War God's Temple were currently observing the situation inside the 12 trials, and they were all very shocked to discover that Shi Feng actually wielded a magic weapon. What an amazing little guy! He isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman, yet he is actually able to master a magic weapon. Moreover, he has even released its power to such a degree. Controller of a magic weapon. Dominator of a mysterious flame. Moreover, his control over his own power has obviously crossed that threshold. He sure knows how to surprise us time after time. It would have been fine if it were just the magic weapon and mysterious flame, but he has even reached such a level of control over his own power already. Many of those who have attained a Tier 3 class can't even achieve such a degree of control. It seems he won't have any problems clearing the 6th trial. With such great potential hidden in him, if he had come to us a little later, he might have been able to clear even the 7th trial. Such a pity. The threshold these NPC big shots were referring to was simply one's ability to display 50% of one's own combat power. However, none of these NPCs knew that in the past, Shi Feng had once been a Tier 3 Sword King. Back then, Shi Feng was capable of displaying up to 80% of his personal combat power. If not for his weak physique limiting his brain's development potential and also the quality of his own equipment being a problem, Shi Feng would have long since been promoted to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This can't be helped. Who would have known the endless abyss would break the seal so quickly? There is no point feeling pity over the matter. We old folks should make some preparations for when the trial ends as well. Otherwise, we'll break our backs from overwork later. The lords of the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shi Feng's potential. However, in regard to Shi Feng's managing to clear the 7th trial, they held no hope towards it at all. The reason being, it had been over a millennium since the 7th trial had been cleared. Inside the 12 trials, the stage for the 6th trial was a cave of lava similar to the Flame God's cave. However, the fire-type mana here was far purer than in the Flame God's cave. Shi Feng currently stood inside this cave, and the molten hot lava around him was making bubbling sounds as it flowed through the cave. If Shi Feng did not possess 20 points in fire resistance, allowing him a certain degree of immunity to heat, he would have long since been cooked by the scalding hot temperatures. Any average player that came here might already be half dead before they even started battling. Before Shi Feng could fully observe the terrain inside the cave, a gigantic flame-covered snake over 20 meters long emerged from the molten lava. Balrog Serpent, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 150,000/150,000. Even if Shi Feng did not know exactly how powerful this Balrog Serpent was, he had no doubt whatsoever that this serpent had a very high resistance towards fire-type attacks. Let's use you as a test for my new weapons. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. However, he did not directly charge at the Balrog Serpent, as that was something only an idiot would do. Before charging into battle, experts would first try to understand as much as they could about their opponent. Hence, Shi Feng simply stood still and calmly observed the Balrog Serpent's every action, familiarizing himself with the giant serpent's movement patterns. The Balrog Serpent was also no idiot itself. It obviously knew that it was much stronger than Shi Feng and that its HP was tens of times higher than Shi Feng's as well. So, instead of giving Shi Feng time to study it, the Balrog Serpent immediately widened its mouth and sent fireballs flying one after another at Shi Feng. Shi Feng's feet moved, his body instantly reacting and leaving behind an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged these incoming fireballs. Not giving up, the Balrog Serpent continued bombarding Shi Feng with a stream of fireballs. If 3 were not enough, then 5. If 5 were not enough, then 10. Soon, the space within the cave was packed with fireballs. By attacking in such a way, not only could the Balrog Serpent damage its enemies, it could also prevent them from closing in on it. Faced with such a method of attack that combined both offense and defense, average players would definitely grow helpless and suffer the bombardment of these dozens of fireballs. Shi Feng, however, was no average player. In the face of all these fireballs, instead of retreating, he chose to advance without the slightest shred of hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Shi Feng did not end up suffering a tragic end at the hands of the fireballs. Instead, he looked as if he was dancing as he weaved through the rain of fire, his actions seemingly easy and enjoyable. However, when the distance between him and the Balrog Serpent shortened to 20 yards, he could no longer rely solely on evading the fireballs to move forward. I've mostly grasped its attack timing. Now, it's time to have a look at how amazing my new weapons are. Shi Feng inwardly smiled as he looked at the Balrog Serpent that was constantly spitting out fireballs. Shi Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, and deep blue flames immediately wrapped around his body. He then used silent steps to appear right behind the Balrog serpent's head. The first thing he did when he arrived was to send a vertical slash down on the Balrog serpent's head, causing -372 damage to the monster. Such strong defense. Shi Feng looked at the resulting damage, disbelief filling his eyes. The abyssal blade itself already possessed 302 attack power. If Shi Feng's strength were taken into account, his total attack power should be well over 700 points. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame had also increased the damage he dealt by 20%. Yet, he had managed to cause only -372 damage to the monster. The Balrog serpent's defense could already rival a lord-ranked monster of the same level. If Shi Feng had not upgraded the abyssal blade to level 20 nor equipped the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's shadow, Shi Feng might not even be able to deal -150 damage to the Balrog serpent right now. At this moment, Shi Feng felt fortunate that he had not rushed before to start the sixth trial. Otherwise, his chances of victory would have been lower than 20%. However, although Shi Feng had allowed this thought to linger in his mind for a moment, his attacks on the Balrog serpent never stopped. Immediately after his first sword strike, Shi Feng followed up by using Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs dove into the flaming Balrog serpent, piercing its gigantic body and causing damages of -554, -1,528, and -1,125. The damage he dealt was much higher than before. Simultaneously, he had also inflicted a damage amplification debuff that lasted 20 seconds on the Balrog serpent. Following which, Shi Feng continued with a chop, the attack achieving a critical hit and dealing close to -2,000 damage. When Shi Feng landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with a flurry of sword slashes. The abyssal blade now had a 40% chance to deal a critical hit, so Shi Feng could deal a critical hit with almost every other attack. From this series of attacks, the Balrog serpent had lost over 7,000 HP. However, the giant serpent had 150,000 HP. Shi Feng would need to repeat such a burst of attacks at least 20 more times in order to completely kill it. Originally, Shi Feng felt quite happy with the damage he was dealing. At this rate, even if he did not activate Black Emperor, he still possessed a very high chance of killing the Balrog serpent. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. The reason being, Shi Feng soon discovered that the Balrog serpent's HP was rapidly returning to full. It was actually recovering 500 HP every second. That amount was even higher than a single one of Shi Feng's normal attacks. If Shi Feng remained idle, the Balrog serpent would fully recover in less than 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Balrog serpent immediately sent its tail swiping at Shi Feng, finally reacting to Shi Feng's attacks. Shi Feng hurriedly used parry to block the attack. Although he suffered no damage from the Balrog serpent's tail strike, he was forced to retreat 3 steps, with his hands growing numb from the force of the impact as well. In terms of destructive power, the Balrog serpent was definitely superior to the Chimera. The Balrog serpent was also much faster. Shi Feng had actually been forced to use parry because he could not dodge in time. Currently, Shi Feng's parry was at level 7, so it had a cooldown of 21 seconds. Aside from parry, Shi Feng also had Defensive Blade, a skill that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Currently, Defensive Blade was at level 6, and it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its cooldown was much longer than parry, it allowed Shi Feng to completely block 4 melee attacks and 8 ranged attacks. He would also be immune to charge attacks. Just as the dozens of fireballs were about to hit him, Shi Feng jumped into the air, dodging them completely. Right after that, the Balrog serpent swiped its tail at Shi Feng again. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as its tail streaked through the air. In the face of this powerful attack, Shi Feng showed no signs of weaknesses. Immediately, he countered the attack with the level 7 Thunder Flame explosion. When sword and tail collided, sparks of flame scattered in all directions. The Balrog serpent's tail was knocked back, the monster itself receiving over -400 damage from the brief clash. On the other hand, Shi Feng landed heavily onto the ground, his feet sinking partly into the molten lava. A damage of over -700 points also appeared above his head. As expected, in a direct confrontation, Shi Feng was definitely a lot weaker than the Balrog Serpent. However, Shi Feng was probably the only player in God's domain right now who dared to actually fight a special elite monster in such a way. Chapter 294, Storm of Swords. Although Shi Feng lost against the Balrog Serpent in a direct confrontation, Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill he used, wasn't just a powerful destructive skill. It was also a control skill. However, the Balrog Serpent was a special elite monster. It possessed a degree of resistance towards control skills. Hence, the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion, which would originally place enemies hit by it in a fainted state for 5 seconds, only managed to incapacitate the Balrog Serpent for 5 seconds. For average players, 5 seconds might not seem like a long time. For Shi Feng, however, it was plenty of time. Windblade. Shi Feng instantly arrived before the Balrog Serpent. Simultaneously, his attack speed received a 30% increase. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this. He then proceeded to activate the additional skill of the Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power. Purgatory Power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Shi Feng then activated 9 Dragon Slash. 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade suddenly appeared, floating around Shi Feng. Each phantom was capable of dealing 40% damage for 30 seconds. However, it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. Shi Feng brandished his 2 swords using his full strength. In addition to the 12 Abyssal Blade phantoms he was controlling, a total of 14 swords surrounded and madly attacked the Balrog Serpent. Within moments, the cave was filled with sword images dancing around. 20, 56, 112. Countless sword images flashed in the air, forming a storm of swords that devoured the Balrog Serpent whole. Shi Feng's swords slashed at the Balrog Serpent's body one after another, each strike causing close to -500 damage. Moreover, close to half of this barrage of attacks achieved a critical hit, each dealing close to -1000 damage to the monster. Meanwhile, each of the phantoms of the Abyssal Blade had also managed to deal over -200 damage to the Balrog Serpent. The total damage of the 12 phantoms was even more frightening than that of Shi Feng himself. As if the floodgates to the Balrog Serpent's 150,000 HP had been opened, the Balrog Serpent lost HP incessantly. Within a short 5 seconds, the Balrog Serpent's HP had already fallen to 61%. When the Balrog Serpent regained consciousness, it immediately released an enraged roar. At this moment, however, Shi Feng pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Balrog Serpent. Now is still not the time for you to wake up. Shi Feng cast Abyssal Bind on the Balrog Serpent right away. If he were to allow the Balrog Serpent to start retaliating, his previous efforts would all go to waste. In the blink of an eye, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around and binding the Balrog Serpent. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent could do nothing but roar in anger as it helplessly watched sword after sword piercing its own body, continuously reaping its HP. The Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Moreover, the Balrog Serpent's resistance towards control skills was completely ineffective against it. The Abyssal Bind's effective duration was not reduced in the slightest. In addition, the Abyssal Bind reduced the Balrog Serpent's defense by 100%, rendering the Balrog Serpent's innately powerful defense utterly useless. Now, each of Shi Feng's sword strikes dealt over -800 damage, with the occasional triple critical hit dealing over -2500 damage. A series of splendid numbers appeared above the Balrog Serpent's head. Before the eye-catching number of -2500 disappeared, a damage of over -1700 points appeared on top of it. Practically 1 out of every 2 strikes would achieve a critical hit. Meanwhile, each of the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were now dealing over -350 damage to the Balrog Serpent. For the Balrog Serpent, these 4 seconds were a complete hell. By the time the Balrog Serpent escaped from the chains binding it, it had only 19% HP remaining. However, Shi Feng had long since been prepared for this moment. Disappear! Shi Feng raised the silvery gray Abyssal Blade. The dense fire-type mana in the surroundings started gathering around the Abyssal Blade, causing the sword to release a blinding glow. This was indeed Shi Feng's ultimate skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst. Level 5 requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. Before the Balrog Serpent could even start attacking, Shi Feng had already brandished the scorching hot Abyssal Blade 6 times. All 6 sword slashes immediately sank into the Balrog Serpent's body. -3,310, -3,347, -6,784, -6,706, -3,371, -6,754. 6 frightening damages appeared consecutively above the Balrog Serpent's head, instantly taking away the monster's remaining 28,000 HP. Soon after, the Balrog Serpent's body started fading away, and only after it disappeared completely did Shi Feng release a sigh of relief. System: Balrog Serpent defeated. 6th trial completed. Rewarding 9 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 500 points. System: 6th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Shi Feng's experience bar immediately rose to 41% of level 21. If put on the ranking list on White River City, Shi Feng would only be beneath Violet Cloud and the others. However, he was still 2 levels behind Blackie, the current top-ranking player of White River City. Finally, I've passed the requirement. Should I try to take on the 7th trial, though? Shi Feng looked at the system interface showing the trial's prompt. Privately, Shi Feng had the notion to take the challenge. Now that he had cleared the 6th trial, it signified that his task was already over. He had no need to brave the dangers and accept the next trial at all. Moreover, if he happened to lose his life in the next trial, he would definitely suffer a heavy penalty. It absolutely wouldn't be limited to just losing a single level. Truth be told, however, Shi Feng felt confident about his chances at clearing the 7th trial. After all, he had not even unveiled the Black Emperor inheritance when he fought the Balrog Serpent. He definitely had the necessary strength to challenge the 7th trial. After clearing the 6th trial, Shi Feng obtained an additional 1,600 merit points. If he were to clear the 7th trial, he could obtain another 3,200 merit points, bringing his total to 4,800 merit points. It would be enough points for him to exchange for an epic-ranked item. Just the prospect of obtaining an epic-ranked item made Shi Feng feel that he should give it a try. Besides, Shi Feng no longer had any burdens to carry, so why not give it a try? However, Shi Feng was unsure of what kind of price he would have to pay if he were to suffer death. If it was only losing a single level, then Shi Feng would gladly proceed to the 7th trial. However, Shi Feng knew such an outcome was not likely. Just the penalty for not completing the Trial of Gods was already considered unbearable for players. Some players might even have to delete and restart their accounts due to the harsh penalties imposed. Meanwhile, the 12 trials was the most challenging trial of the War God's Temple. It would be an insult to the War God's Temple if the punishment for dying was only the loss of a single level. Just as Shi Feng was hesitating, his system communicator rang. Meanwhile, the person calling him was Aqua Rose. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked. Previously, Shi Feng had already told Aqua Rose that he did not wish to be disturbed as he was about to do a quest, and that, Unless there was something big happening, she shouldn't try to contact him. Based on Aqua Rose's serious personality, if it wasn't an extremely important matter, then she definitely wouldn't try to contact him, hence Shifeng's question. Dark Star has suddenly declared an all-out war against us, and several hundreds of our guild members have already been killed by members of Dark Star while they were out grinding. Moreover, the core team, led by Fire Dance, has also been trapped by Dark Star inside the Silverleaf Forest. Although we've already sent reinforcements, they were blocked by members of Dark Star outside the forest. What I'm trying to say is that, Guild Leader, you need to immediately contact Gentle Snow and have her send some people to help contain Dark Star so that our members can take the opportunity to save Fire Dance and the others. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious at this moment. They had already failed to break through the encirclement of Dark Star around the Silverleaf Forest multiple times now. If this situation continued, Fire Dance and the others would truly be finished. Feng Xianyang, you did good. Shifeng's expression immediately sank, a cold, killing intent gleaming in his eyes. If Fire Dance and the others belonging to the main force of the guild were to die a few times, it would be a tremendous loss to Zero Wing. Leaving aside the fame that Fire Dance and the others had accumulated for themselves, just losing a part of the equipment they possessed would be a serious blow to the guild. Just how long would it take for them to recover such precious equipment? Meanwhile, when Shifeng tried to figure out who was responsible for such a situation, Feng Xianyang came up as his strongest suspect. Feng Xianyang was the true wielder of authority in Dark Star. After Shifeng's previous forthright rejection, it would not be strange if Feng Xianyang retaliated. Hence, who else could be responsible for Dark Star's declaration of war? Chapter 295, Mirage Beast. Although Shifeng was incensed by this news, Fire Dance and the others would have long since lost their lives by the time he arrived at the Silverleaf Forest. Alright, I'll contact Gentle Snow immediately. Shifeng disconnected his call with Aqua Rose after saying so. He then called out his friends list, selected Gentle Snow's name, and chose to contact her. It was a fact that Ouroboros and Zero Wing were allies. Since an ally was under attack, Gentle Snow naturally did not refuse to send reinforcements when Shifeng asked. Moreover, Gentle Snow had found out about this entire matter a step ahead of Shifeng. Hence, she had already organized her subordinates even before Shifeng contacted her, and they were just about to hurry over to the Silverleaf Forest right at that moment. Gentle Snow had gathered 2,000 members from Ouroboros to aid Zero Wing. Of them, 500 were elite members of the guild. Such a powerful force would pose a huge threat to the 6,000 members of Dark Star blocking the way into the Silverleaf Forest. Many thanks for your help, Miss Snow. In the future, members of Ouroboros that shop at the Starstreak trading firm can enjoy a 10% discount on all products, Shifeng said in thanks. You said this yourself. I'll gladly accept your offer. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. Currently, over half of the player population in White River City was patronizing the Starstreak trading firm. After all, not only were the items sold there of good quality, there was also a large selection available. Moreover, the product supply was plentiful. Normally, the various guilds in White River City would always make a trip to the Starstreak trading firm before they went dungeon diving. If Ouroboros could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items there, it would save the guild a lot of money. Really, though, just what is going through the minds of those people in Dark Star? It would be fine if it were just the usual minor skirmish. However, they have actually declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Isn't Lone Tyrant afraid that his guild might suffer heavy losses and lose the ability to compete for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons? Gentle Snow commented curiously. The competition over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons had already reached its most crucial moment right now. Moreover, Dark Star only had the final boss left to defeat in order to snag the first clear of the Land of Death and gain an absolute advantage over the other guilds. However, Dark Star had instead chosen to take action against Zero Wing at this critical junction. God's Domain had been launched just recently. At this early stage of the game, everyone was busy leveling up and raiding dungeons to strengthen themselves. Guilds, in particular, were deeply afraid of falling behind others. Even if conflict arose between guilds, both sides would usually choose to show restraint. After all, an all-out war between guilds would profit nobody. Worse, they might even get taken advantage of by a third party. If such a situation were to truly occur, then the damage to both guilds would grow even more massive. Hence, unless there was a huge disparity in strength between both sides, nobody would casually choose to start a war. Dark Star and Zero Wing were both among the top 6 guilds in White River City, so the difference in strength between the two guilds was not particularly wide. No matter how Gentle Snow looked at the situation, she could not figure out why Dark Star would choose to suddenly declare war. I am afraid that the one starting the war this time around isn't Lone Tyrant, but the organization that's backing him, Underworld, Shi Feng said, laughing bitterly. Underworld. Gentle Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows at this revelation. So that's how it is. I've been wondering how Dark Star had managed to suddenly obtain so many experts. It turns out the mysterious power supporting Dark Star is Underworld. However, how did you manage to find out about this? Even though I've planted many spies inside Dark Star, I never managed to uncover the forces hidden behind Dark Star. Feng Xianyang from Underworld came looking for me to buy some of Zero Wing's shares. However, the price he offered was simply too low. I rejected his offer, so now he is trying to get back at me by destroying Zero Wing. Shi Feng revealed the truth. Gentle Snow immediately understood the situation after listening to Shi Feng's words. It was no wonder Dark Star was completely unafraid of commencing an all-out war. With Underworld's background, it only needed to field a part of its forces located in the eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom to completely destroy Zero Wing. With such a large disparity in strength, it was natural for Dark Star not to fear a war. So it is Feng Xianyang. He is indeed a person who would take revenge for the slightest of offenses. However, with Underworld's financial power, his offer to buy Zero Wing, which possesses a guild residence, should not have been low. At the very least, he should have offered 500 to 600 million, right? Gentle Snow came to an abrupt realization. However, she also felt curious about this matter, as the Feng Xianyang she knew was not a tight-fisted person. 1 billion credits and several hundred experts. In addition, they would also provide 100 gold coins as support every week, Shi Feng said. 1 billion credits and also 100 gold coins per week? Feng Xianyang sure is generous. Even I might feel tempted if given such an offer. Yet, you actually complain that it's too little? No wonder he's angry. Gentle Snow chuckled softly. Shi Feng simply replied with a faint smile, not bothering to give an explanation on the matter. Aside from a few core guild members knowing about the Purple Sun Mansion being their new guild residence, nobody else knew anything about it. The others only knew that Zero Wing possessed a guild residence. They were not clear where exactly it was located. After all, there were simply too many plots of land available in White River City. Moreover, the Purple Sun Mansion was currently under reconstruction. It would take 2 more days before it can be used and also unveiled to the public. Following which, Shi Feng made some small talk with Gentle Snow before ending the call. He then proceeded to start the 7th trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2,000 players led by Gentle Snow could definitely break apart Dark Star's encirclement around the Silverleaf Forest. Hence, what Shi Feng needed to do now was to increase his own strength by obtaining even better tools and equipment, slowly and gradually enhancing their guild's foundation. In regard to the battle at the Silverleaf Forest, Shi Feng could only play the role of an observer. Even if he were to rush over there right this instant, everything would have long since been over by the time he arrived. However, Shi Feng would definitely remember this debt of hatred. Sooner or later he would repay this debt to Dark Star and Underworld 10 times over. The stage for the 7th trial was an ancient coliseum. The moment Shi Feng laid eyes on his opponent, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Why is it myself? Shi Feng looked at the familiar figure gradually appearing at a corner of the Colosseum, feeling very surprised. However, when he used observing eyes on this twin of his, he immediately came to an understanding. Mirage Beast, Rare Special Elite. Level 20. HP 200, 000/200, 000. This Mirage Beast was capable of replicating the appearance and skills of an enemy. However, unlike players, it had a frightening amount of HP. In a one-on-one situation, players would find it extremely difficult to kill the Mirage Beast. In God's domain, the only advantage players had over monsters was the diversity of skills they possessed. Meanwhile, players could use these skills in various combinations to exert even stronger power. Yet, if the Mirage Beast possessed the same skills that players did, then players would lose even that little advantage they had. When comparing the power of skills, the Mirage Beast's skills might even be more powerful than the players. Good timing. I was just thinking of trying out a few things. Shi Feng advanced, immediately directing a chop at the Mirage Beast. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast had similarly charged at Shi Feng, and it too had sent a chop at Shi Feng. The moment the two swords clashed, sparks flew all around. However, when all was said and done, Shi Feng was still a player. In terms of strength, he was still far inferior to the Mirage Beast. Hence, Shi Feng was easily repelled, forced by the Mirage Beast to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast was also superior in terms of attack speed. Although the ensuing damage from a collision of weapons was small, after clashing for tens or even hundreds of times, Shi Feng would eventually lose his life. After all, the Mirage Beast possessed 200,000 HP, while Shi Feng's HP was just slightly over 2,600 after reaching level 21. Moreover, Shi Feng was receiving more damage than the Mirage Beast from their exchanges. Not to mention, both sides were also executing various skills. When Shi Feng used Thundering Flash, the Mirage Beast would activate Windwalk to dodge the attack. It would then counter with a Thundering Flash of its own. Knowing that he could not receive the attack directly, Shi Feng, too, activated Windwalk to dodge. However, the Mirage Beast activated Wind Blade to immediately appear before Shi Feng. It then followed up with a chop, sending an extremely quick vertical slash down towards its prey. Shi Feng hastily used parry to block the Mirage Beast's chop. He countered with a Thunder Flame explosion right away. In the end, however, the Mirage Beast used parry to fend off the powerful attack. Shi Feng then followed up with a Flame Burst, which was promptly countered with a defensive blade by the Mirage Beast. The exchange between both sides was extremely intense. After a dozen seconds or so, Shi Feng's HP had fallen to 60%. On the other hand, the Mirage Beast had lost only a negligible amount of HP. Just the Mirage Beast's battle recovery negated most of the damage Shi Feng had caused. As expected of the 7th trial, even the monster's normal attacks and skills are used with such viciousness. However, instead of feeling afraid, a sense of excitement was bubbling within Shi Feng at the moment. However, do you know this move? Shi Feng looked at the Mirage Beast, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to activate the Black Emperor Inheritance. Dark fog immediately started emerging from the Abyssal Blade and then entered Shi Feng's body. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.